Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Shadow and Sun Show, and welcome back to part two of George, who's not here yet. His Star Wars D6 live play, The Heart of the Dark Side. I hope you guys are all having a great weekend and able to put a little bit of the turmoil of last week behind you as we roll into another week. Well, a couple days from now, but it is the weekend, and Lord knows we all deserve a little break. So we're going to go be bad guys, I guess. I'm playing a Sith wannabe named Ackerman Vex, and I'll have the other guys introduce their characters as they show up. I know Off Grid City's going to be a little bit late, but in my book, on time is early, and or early is on time is late. So come on, guys, get your butts in here. Let's go see if there's anybody in the chat. There may very well be. I don't know. Oh, now. Oh, I didn't give the link. Oh, my God. Bad GM. Uh, bad host. I'm not the GM tonight. That is George's thing. Oh, my God. I'm just the worst. God, I had a busy day. I know, wrong theme music, but I'm gonna go with it anyways. George, and Omen. There you go. Sorry, guys. Uh, let's get back to. Whoop, wrong one. There you go, guys. I don't think I've ever done that before. Not this bad, but first time for everything. Go back to the chat. Got the link is there, guys. Come on. Get your ear ends in here. I did. Uh, I had a wonderful. Here we go. They're all in here now, or at least two out of three. George, whoops, oh, Jesus. I am all thumbs today, George. Sorry about that,
Oh, no
guys.
problem.
My bad, Omen. I'll never
You know what? Early sometime, and
Yeah. Rub it in. You and Beelzebub just rubbing shit in, man. How you guys doing today?
I'm
Oh,
laughing now. So,
Okay, yeah, you freaking made a total ass out of yourself. Nothing better than that, right? Like I said, Off Grid will be here shortly.
good.
Um, uh, Omen, why don't you? Well, you know what? I'll have you do that after George. Why don't you
sure.
give us maybe a little recap and a little idea of what you've got planned for us, so the people out there
Oh
in
yeah.
TV land have a solid idea of what we're doing here.
Hey. So the we started off with a simple what was it, like a heist kind of setup.
Hmm.
For anybody who was following along, I was pulling from a module called Trip to Liana or something like that, where it was they were stealing some data from a corporate entity, but in this case, I kind of just massaged it into stealing data from some astromech data from a spaceship. The so the group got together. They planned quick. It had to be quick because the data was going to be sold to somebody. So they had less than 24 hours to get out there. They decided to do a night infiltration where they would have the pilot played by Off Grid drop a shadow off on the basically kind of very tricky maneuver, land kind of hover towards the platform, drop them off at during the night, and Omen on his droid called Laddie was kind of came in through the front door, just claiming to be a simple loading droid, which he is.
So, No one
And
suspected a thing.
and yeah, they were like, yeah, sure, yeah, more the merrier. And as he was loading boxes, Shadow's character, Vex, he was pretty much just hiding behind the boxes as they were going in and off the, back and forth on the platform. So he was able to avoid all the cameras. Plus, of course, Shadow's Vex's extreme perception and stealth skills was able to, without any problem, get to an astromech droid that actually contained the data. Did a little droid abuse.
Yeah.
And got out pretty well. Swung kind of from the mount of a camera that was kind of aimed where he was planning on going through. So he tried to disable it with a grappling hook, which he ended up just kind of swinging from across, and eventually made his way across the back to the spot where OGG's character could pick him up. Now we kind of
I,
hey, we did not really. Now we'll retcon it. It shouldn't be a problem or anything. We never picked up Laddie. Laddie could. Oh, so they decided to kind of lay low, and they picked the perfect place to lay low, which is Renvar. And I do know a little bit about the lore and stuff, so I'm going to be this up and coming thing. Will have, if they decide to explore it, we'll have some interesting stuff that actually is in Star Wars lore from the comic books, particularly, and a few goodies that will make them happy if they, thank God. So yeah, a couple of things. I think one thing I did set up. We need to. I'm going to try to get some more combat in this one. Last time we never ended. I guess nothing was really. No alarms were triggered, so we didn't do any combat. So, but that's kind of cool because it's kind of easier way into the system, you know.
Mhm.
So it was mostly skill checks and stuff. This one, I think there's just going to be some combat in there, some things to fight, hopefully. But I don't want to ever like push people in a certain direction. If you guys can figure a way to get around the combat, great. And I brought my lightsaber today. So
that's cool. That's
Nice. I have been eyeballing some of those higher end lightsabers. Well, I was until they get the. I think it's SWA has a deal: buy one get two free. Um, and mind you, the prices start at about $300. I've seen some that are close to $2,000. I'm like, you have got to be freaking kidding me.
Go
Yeah,
with the theory sabers. They make the most indestructible ones.
yeah. That's I was thinking, okay, well, I grab three of the most expensive and then sell one and basically make my money back. Are they dumb? I don't know. Or some of the money back, anyways. I don't know.
Ah,
I'm going
this
to
is
talk.
what you do. You just get clear PVC, you put a flashlight at the end, and then you just
You
whack
know,
your friends repeatedly.
I don't know if anybody, maybe Omen and George, you might remember that like the year Star Wars came out, the only like toy lightsabers were literally these orange flashlights, orange with the clear plastic tube, and you could change the color with the
Yep.
little thing.
Mhm.
My brother and I had so much fun with those. Of course, we had to go in the garage when the car wasn't there, or one of the cars wasn't there, and turn out all the lights. You couldn't see a damn thing except the lightsabers. It was still so much fun. Of course, they didn't make any noise. And I was looking at those sabers, and my favorite saber of all time was probably Count Dooku's with the curved handle. You guys remember that?
Yeah,
More like realistic. From
ergonomic saber.
the way I was
pistol
trained
grip.
or taught to fight with a blade, and I'm like, cool. I'll look for one of those at the very freaking bottom, like $1,900 or some shit. I'm just like, I guess
His
not.
saber gave him an edge in dueling against other Jedi. He specialized in the art of like basically dueling,
Hmm.
which was something that was on the outs with the Jedi for the most part because they couldn't find out where the Sith were to make it applicable.
That was after he was making his heavy metal, music. I don't know if you ever saw that. I like a couple years before his death, he was releasing videos on YouTube of him playing at 97 years old heavy metal on his electric guitar.
Literally one of the most badass mofos in all of pop culture. I mean, he literally like did all the badass things a man could ever want to do. You know,
Yeah.
Well, he was
between
from that old generation of World War II. If you look at a lot of those guys, I mean, even when you start looking at some of the, like, was that Pone from Aliens? You know, some of them actually had like were actually like in either one of the wars or things like that. You know, and
Mhm.
It really
like,
marked
oh,
them.
okay.
A lot of them were chasing, chasing the rush of war, literally, like the rush of adrenaline that you get, like in all their hobbies. And a lot of guys went that way. A lot of guys just want a peace of quiet, but there was a lot of guys that went the whole biker route and stuntman route, very risky sports route.
Mhm.
Well, they
Athletes.
did. I mean, but you know, that was also in the era of when everyone got drafted, so you did something at least during World War II.
Yeah.
They were not. Well, I'll just play this way, or I'll play that way. And to be fair, I've always liked Christopher Reeves from the old Hammer film. Christopher
Lee.
yeah, Christopher Lee from the old Hammer films. You know,
Mhm.
I was like, oh yeah, where he kept flipping between being, you know, Van Helsing or being Frankenstein.
Or Dracula. I still to this day think
Was he
uh,
Dracula? I thought he was Van Helsing in those.
he was Dracula in the movie Dracula, and it was like a
He-
big, it wasn't. I don't know if it was a Hammer film, but it was like a bigger production. And to this day, I think it was the most
oh yeah,
accurate, especially with the end, on the ice sheet. If you guys remember in the D&D game, I was pulling from that specific moment of the, just the 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 precarious situation, being out on a frozen any sort of frozen body of water. You might want to tread lightly. And
I'm
of course,
sorry.
the vampires.
Let's see. It was Christopher Lee as kind of Dracula, and then of course Peter Cushing, who also did the
He was in the
Admiral.
same Hammer movies.
No, yeah, but he was, but yeah, the one that was Admiral. What was it?
Grand Moff Tarkin.
Yes, Grand Moff Tarkin. So you know, it's like, oh, okay, that's pretty cool.
He's got
But
a cool
to be fair,
backstory.
I've always liked stage actors so much better than just the regular movie actors because they have to learn how to, you know, hold the stage presence.
Mhm.
That's what worries me a little bit. The new Star Wars movies, like Starfighter, they're starting to draft stars instead of unknowns, and that's not a good thing because it's like you don't want a lot of known actors in Star Wars movies.
Yeah.
It's so much better when
That's
they're
one of
unknown.
the things. Even my parents. When they took us to the drive-in to see the first movie, it's like, who are these people? They maybe Carrie Fisher, maybe Harrison Ford, but I
Carrie
really don't.
Fisher, you knew from her mother,
Right.
and then
Well,
you knew Alec Guinness.
If
Yeah.
you're
Guinness was,
into theater,
and then Peter
Well, no.
Cushing, you knew, and then you also knew James Earl Jones. He'd been
Yeah, but
in a few movies.
if you recognize the voice,
yeah, you
Yeah.
might not.
Well, how can you not recognize the voice for James Earl Jones? That's
Well, I could see how back then, maybe not.
I mean,
People
he
were.
was. I mean, looking back on it, James Earl Jones was in the Doctor Strangelove.
He was also in Interrupted Journey, one of his finest performances, for sheer terror.
You know, so the voices are there for it, and then I'm trying to think of any of the others out there. But the other part is a lot of the actors that they did get, their careers were basically on the downslide. Alec Guinness,
they were British theater actors.
yeah, but Alec Guinness was pretty much done as far as being a star. Peter Cushing, very similar.
Your voice starts to suffer too at that age. Like if you've relied on your voice your whole life.
So
Usually by the time you're in your 60s.
So
Yeah.
George,
Suffering.
you ready? You ready to?
let me. Yeah, I'm just trying to pull something here that I just from the beginning here. I did a lot of stuff on ChatGPT to pull some dialogue and things, and it produces so much stuff that it
Mhm.
can be a little bit overwhelming to pull it all together because I'm always making it revised stuff. Just wanted to find one bit of dialogue that I had it make, and I can get started. So one thing I guess we're gonna have to kind of retcon that Laddie is with you guys, and you guys decided to go to Renvar, and we'll start with the approach to Renvar, where you'll find a transmission. Let's see here. I guess I'll just do it on my off the top of my head then. I'm thinking it came out pretty cool though. I mean, all right. So there'll be a beacon droid and sorry, a beacon, uh, kind of some satellites in orbit, transmitting stuff, and it'll be saying basically guiding you to a emergency landing site. If no, not many people come here, there's not much out here. Um, so, but there is like the local pilots have set up various caches on places if somebody ends up lost or in need of help. They can at least they will periodically check these places and recache them with food. And basically this beacon is explaining, okay, the emergency landing site, this location, it's sending you coordinates. It's warning you of strong winds. It is expressing that there are caches of food here, not fuel, but basically every month, whatever equivalent in Star Wars is a month, every month or so, somebody comes by restocking the place and checking in for things.
That's mighty neighborly of them.
Yeah, and as you approach, you'll as you start getting closer to the site, the clouds are starting to part, and you're getting in a little closer. You're seeing some jagged mountains, and it's all covered in ice. Very little vegetation. Maybe there might be some kind of small tree-like things, but most stuff is just it's pretty much like Hoth, like from the movies, but a little more mountainous, a little more, maybe a little cooler, maybe in some spots there is some stretches of water in the distance, but as you approach, you'll see some ancient ruins, even like stone structures, concrete structures, and a
Any
lot of
giant boob guns?
no ion cannons. The and some wreckage too. A lot of wreckage. Seems like a lot of ships that end up here hit crosswinds, and I will actually ask for a piloting roll from whoever's piloting. It should be me.
That'll be you.
And don't forget your wild die.
Yep, that's right.
There's a tough
So I
crosswind.
Sorry, just give me 1 second. I have 4D and 2D for space transport. So 6. And 1 wild die. So I got 24, or sorry,
Okay.
26. The wild die was a 2.
All right, great. Okay, so yeah, you like the crosswinds are not any issue for you.
Right.
Any lesser pilot might have had some trouble with that.
Mandalorian training was thorough. I'll give it that.
Yeah. Oh, we did actually talk about ships a little. I set up a chat for the players. So
I put a name out for my ship. I called it the
Yeah.
Errant Sun.
okay, cool. And we also were thinking did you guys still want to make it look like something like the Fire Spray Slave One, or did you want to go with something we could retcon it and make it something a little different looking?
Well, I thought the fire
Or-
spray was just like the ship I stole to get away, kind of thing.
Yeah,
So
and
it's
or it could be
different than the Corvette that Shadow stole.
Shadow didn't steal the Corvette. He just stole the astromech data from the Corvette.
Oh, so we are on the fire spray.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought we had stolen a whole different ship.
No, that would have been.
I don't remember that.
That was an option, but it was.
If the Errant Sun is
um,
okay with everybody, kind of a cool name.
Great. And that ship will be called the Flying Monkey. That I had posted a little picture of it. I was able to modify one of the Hammerhead Corvette images, so you can see so that it looked like it could actually land on ground because the front end was this kind of bulbous, and we just kind of cut the bottom off of it and made it look like something landing. And of course, we'll see what happens with those guys. They might turn up again.
Okay.
All right, so as you land, so it's a nice, it's a cold but and windy day, but it's sunny. It's not cloud, not cloud too much cloud cover. And as you get out, you see a bunch of kind of Quonset hut or equivalent of Quonset huts kind of in the area. There is a broken down track device, like a kind of like a tractor type device transport. It's got wheels and tracks on it, but it looks a little broken down. And there is approaching you a blue powder blue kind of droid. Kind of looks like a dumpy, somewhat rusty droid, and he's got a little mug of what looks to be a glowing kind of greenish yellow liquid that he's kind of sipping as he comes up to you.
Okay.
Oh. It's like, oh my, visitors! You don't get that many that year. They're around here. What
Well,
brings you to Renvar?
That's our business. Just pretend like we were never here.
Oh, most people come here. They pretend they're never here. They don't want to be found, like that old Ulick guy.
Ulick Calderona, right?
Yeah. Let's see here. Let me pull up.
So I'm just dealing with the ship and the, like the landing procedures and all that stuff, and dealing with the stuff inside, the engineering and everything.
All right.
I assume, Shadow, you'd like basically walked right down the gangway. Basically, we're encountering the droid.
You know the Corellian Nick sound they're a Frisk loyal breed. Got to watch out for them.
We will.
I'm sorry, that was a Corellian Frisk hound. You call them?
Yeah.
They get frisky.
Oh yeah. I was delivering mail once and going through the Corellian way, and yeah, they're tougher than a wampus. True fact.
This droid's got a bit of personality. I have a feeling like someone may have stayed here for a long period of time and got bored and added some personality to the droid or something for company.
Or they got sick of them and dropped them off here.
Right.
It's like the
We
front
tried to
desk
space
droid.
him, but it just didn't quite work.
So you guys are also seeing kind of in the distance, not too far, but the plains around the base, around this outpost. There is you see creatures kind of like kangaroo-like creatures running around the wild around the perimeter.
All right, so we're not in short supply of food, fuel, or anything. We basically just came here to lay low.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we don't really want to let them know that. So I'll just say, do you know where the food is? Pretty hungry.
Oh yeah, in that hut over there, there should be some supplies of freeze-dried meats and stuff.
Thank you.
Are there any accommodations other than that here?
There is a couple emergency cots and beds and a small heater.
Point the way.
All right, he brings you over there and starts telling you kind of about things. And he goes, "You noticed the tauntauns, did you?"
No.
Strange facts about the tauntaun is that they mate for life, all their life.
How long do they live?
I'm not sure.
Until someone cuts them open.
Stuff's
Oh
a
yeah,
I was gonna go there, but I didn't. Strange fact: they smell worse on the inside. I
oh
didn't
yeah.
even know that.
You
Let's
could,
make our way to the shelter. See if it's going to be more accommodating than the inside of the Air and Star versus whatever these
yeah.
quarters might be.
There seems
Do
to be
they?
like yeah, they seem to be set up in their cots. It's very cramped, so it's really for emergency purposes. They kind of seem to have set up for something like at least a dozen people at most, which could be like a bigger ship that may have come, but
Mhm.
it's all cots and it's kind of just the aisle.
Is it,
There's some lights and it's very like
is,
emergency based stuff. And he's the
is it
only
like the
Sorry
human.
about
U.S.
that.
Navy where they put like 3 rows on like one right
Yeah,
above the other?
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Are there any boxes to move?
Oh, boxes. Well, there's a lot of
Crates?
boxes in some of the wrecked cruisers out there.
All right, I'll handle this. Thank you. And I start wandering off towards whichever direction the cruise.
Hey, you can't just go up there like half cocked and just moving boxes. These Most of these cruisers have been picked over, but there's this one YT freighter, uh, YTY, oh, whatever the equivalent there is now. It's it hasn't picked. It has a few special items in it. There's a couple of uh, you know upgrades that you might be able to find there. Eh,
Sounds good.
if you're interested in a little stealth for your ship, I mean nothing fancy,
Ka-chunk,
not like
ka-chunk.
full invisibility or anything, but if you want to be a little bit hard to find with the standard sensors of a maybe a local pirate or a smuggler. I mean, can't get past the Mandalorian military scanners, but any kind of minor thug might not be able to put a beam on you.
Sounds good. Where do you want me to stack up the crates?
There's whatever you want to do over here.
All right. And I start walking off to the cruise.
To the cruise. The cruiser is about 10 kilometers from here. You might freeze to death out there. Well, you're a droid, but you got to get some antifreeze like me.
I think I'm good. I'll be fine.
You sure?
It'll only take me 2 or 3 hours to go one way.
You could probably repair that speeder, that tract over there, or maybe ride a tauntaun or something to fly out there.
I look at the tauntaun. I look at myself. I'm like, I think only one of us could be riding the other, and it's. I think I'm better off on foot.
So, are you guys here for an emergency landing or something? Did your ship break?
So this is a conversation just between Laddie and.
Anybody. If Laddie walks away, she'll come and bother you guys.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
It used to be just start like walking off towards a cruiser. You're like, well, it'll take him about 2 hours to get there.
A little more. Well, 10 kilometers, whatever. Yeah, it's for regular walking speed. It's like a half a day, but it's really cold out there, so there might be some trouble. You got to watch out for them wampus.
Caddy or otherwise?
Wampus are like a giant furry monkey, very cantankerous.
How does it differ from these two?
A lot. They have this. They have about twice the strength of a regular human, and for something about 8 feet tall, they're pretty dang stealthy. They seem to pop out of nowhere.
Thank you for the warning. I go.
Hey, Laddie, when you get back, if with the boxes, if that's not enough activity, maybe you might want to move some of these cots out of the way so we have some room to move around.
You have plenty of room to move around. You can just stand in a box. You'll be good.
Now he might get hit by some security droids. The reason that freighter doesn't have anybody has picked it over yet is because it had some security droids on it that survived the crash and are picking off anybody that gets within 100 feet of the place.
I just seem completely oblivious. I just heard boxes. I'm headed off that way.
What do you think? If we get bored, maybe we go and check out the ship, see what it's got.
That's what I'm thinking.
In the meantime, let's make this get whatever we need out of the ship. Set this place up for so it doesn't feel like a barracks.
Yeah, I have a feeling our ship may be the more comfortable place to stay, but I'll grab a little bit of food and just offer up the excuse that our refrigeration failed. So we lost most of our food and we didn't restock on our dry goods before the voyage. So just grab a little bit for the cover story, take it back to the ship.
It's only the finest hardtack and beef jerky for you.
Pemmican. Space pemmican.
100% Tauntaun.
I don't know. It looked like haggis that came out of that tauntaun. That's all I'm saying. All right. So I guess me and you, Shad, I'll put that stuff in the ship, and then we'll go check out the other one.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We're gonna pump this droid a little bit for information. Like we want to know which angles these security droids have covered, things like that. Well, we would probably see corpses, or has he been removing the corpses as they're made?
Well, it's kind of far from there, so you can't really see where the ship. You can kind of see on the horizon. There's kind of a jagged ridge. A lot of this wreckage kind of seems to be along there, and there's also on the opposite side of the ridge. There's another shorter ridge that has some ruins as well. But it's kind of like it's about 10 kilometers, about 5 miles or so. So like in normal circumstances, you could probably walk there in like a few hours, but in this kind of weather, you might not be able to do it.
Yeah, and I was thinking with the tauntauns, like they're untamed. We can't really do anything with them.
Well, there's the snowcat outside. We could probably jury rig that and get it.
Yeah, and the way I saw you fly that fryer spray, I think you probably could even just fly out there if you wanted to.
True. Might not be able to
unless the security droids have figured out how to operate the turrets, and then in which case we got a firefight.
Yeah,
that's a possibility.
We could do a quick flyby and another quick one back just to see if they take shots.
I could just see it now. Laddie's over there moving box and watching us take off, and he starts popping gears, thinking we're leaving him here.
I don't think he'll even look up from the boxes.
I'm probably right.
They'll be
back. Like I said in chat, if we come across the mailboxes, etc., we're going to lose them. But yeah.
Well, let's set up here first, get some supplies, and make this our base camp. And
sounds good.
Wait till Laddie gets back. See what he brings back. You never know.
I will sleep on my ship though. That's my room. I'm comfortable in there. I just want to make sure the ship's secured.
Yeah, you're probably not going to want to, as I light up a freaking death stick. Yeah, that's probably best.
Yeah.
So I got my lightsaber, and it works perfectly for the cigars.
It's a box cutter.
That's right.
So we'll start moving our gear over here, and then when we're done with that, I'm going to go take a look at the snowcat and see if I can start her up. If not, hot wire it. But just ask the droid. You get keys for this thing?
Oh, I don't have the keys for that. So it's there's some parts in there, but I don't know. You might be able to get it working, but I think you need some parts.
Hmm.
But a good mechanic could probably figure something out.
Well, then we're shit out of luck.
Yeah, I'm mostly
Yeah.
You're a good mechanic. I think you got a lot of the technical stuff.
I have technical 2D,
I think
mechanical 4D.
Yeah, I might be able to get it running, if it
Between the
you know
two of us, we should be able to combine to figure it out. Like combine or roll, cooperate or something.
yeah.
Because it would be technical, and I have 2D. And that I don't know what the max you can add to an assistance is.
I've got a 4D on that, so maybe, but if if it's missing key components, it won't matter.
We won't be able to source them here.
Yeah. The droid says that there might be some supplies in one, and he points to another like kind of like what looks like a was the equivalent of a what do you call those things? Container from a container ship.
Okay.
There might be something you could use in there.
Okay. When we're done bringing our gear over here, I'll first check out the snowcat, see what it looks like it's missing or needing, and then I'll go over to the storage container.
And we'll look for a manifest and the computers on it to see what's contained in it, so we don't have to go container to container.
Okay. All right. So there should be a little terminal right where you enter, right on the inside of where you the little bed hut to give some information to people. Who wants to access the terminal? I guess.
I'll take care of that. I'm
All right.
probably a little better at it.
You're more techie than me.
4 plus security and computer programming repair.
Oh wow, yeah, you're way ahead of me on that. I have no computer skills.
So tech plus security or tech plus.
I would think that manifest would probably be a security thing. They'll probably keep that from people trying to
Okay.
take more than is necessary.
Yeah. 10, 15, 19.
All right, you passed that.
Nothing on all time.
Yeah, there should be there are a few things that might be useful. One is that there's a couple of tools that'll help you try to fix that machine that are specific to track machines, and you'll have a list of stuff, but you probably really need to look at the at what's wrong with the unit. What's wrong with the tractor?
I'll do that first.
All right, give me a repair. I guess give me a repair skill on tracked vehicles or transports. Or track, if you have, I think you don't, or just your what is it? Technical.
Okay.
Mechanical, I think it is for piloting and stuff.
Piloting, yeah. Mechanicals for like operation and for like the
Technical.
insides. Yeah, is tech.
19 again.
All right. So you see that it needs a power source. It's kind of a battery thing.
Someone probably used it to make something else work out here.
Yeah, it'll be you did see something that could be powerful enough. It's just not meant for this vehicle, but with a good skill, a better let's say
Is it Laddie's battery?
you could use Ladder's battery.
Sorry.
Let's see. Okay. It'll give you, since the information you've got, you'll have +1 to it. You'll have to get let's see. I don't know what difficulty this would be, but 10, 16, and add 1 to your dice. 1 die to your roll from like.
Ooh, not as good as last time. 11, 12, 14.
14. Any ones on the
No.
Nope.
I got some. I got a 1, but not on the wild die.
All right, so you hook it up and it's just not working. It's kind of just click, 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 click.
Sounds like the starter of the alternator.
Yeah. I just had to replace my starter.
Yeah, I cannot tell you how many times car didn't work. It's going to be one of those two. Always, always.
Yeah.
All right. In the cargo containers of usefulness.
Let's see. Let me kind of. I did make a table, but that was for something else. But let me pull up if I can kind of
Hey,
modify
George,
one.
I just wanted to interrupt for a second.
Mhm.
I'm going to see what Ackerman was doing, and I'm going to walk up, look at it, and I'm going to give it a swat on the side of the control panel and try to turn it on.
Okay. Let's see.
That often works in Star Wars.
It does. I like that. I like that. Let's see. Let's give it a technical. I want to. I'll let. How would that work? I'll let Shadow re-roll this one with one more dice.
Okay, so I give it a swat, and I'm like, now try it.
Wait, yeah, the one more dice. OGG will you roll your dice, and OGG will roll one dice.
Okay, as a wild die?
So how many am I
Yep.
rolling?
Your normal repair technical roll.
Okay, so 4.
And I got a 5 on the die.
12, 13, 14, 16.
There we go. We're good.
Nice.
It turns over.
We hit 21.
I should have thought of that myself.
My heads are stuck in the movies.
Laddie, hit him on the intercom or my headset or whatever. Laddie,
Yes,
you having fun?
still walking.
All right, we're going to head toward that derelict ship and give it a once over. We'll let you know if there's any boxes that need moving.
Okay, I'll probably going to be there about the same time you arrive.
Okay,
Looks like
and
only about
while
2 kilometers away.
while you're moving the boxes, try to get a good inventory of what's there and what we might benefit.
Absolutely.
Don't have too much fun.
I'm the labor assistance droid 1E. I will do my task.
That's all we can ask.
All right, hop in the snowcat and head toward the derelict starship.
Right.
Got all the warm weather clothing and any other gear we might need.
The heater's still working this thing?
He's got his shorts and his
runs.
swim
It runs off of
trunks
the
and
main
his,
engine, and
Okay.
it takes a little while for it to warm up. But about maybe 10 minutes in, it's tolerable in there. And the old they're something I should have. They should probably have in that in the Quonset hut some kind of winter clothes just in case you need it. So we'll assume you guys have some winter gear. At least put back
Please,
in the truck.
I don't want to have to start using force powers just yet.
Yeah.
But as we start making some distance, I am going to trance out and sense any critters or anything that might get in our way.
All right. Let's see.
I'm
As you
on my
get closer
big
to the
600.
place, you start seeing some ruins a little bit further beyond the ship wreckage,
Oh, interesting.
and you do get some kind of feel for not necessarily a disturbance in the force, but there is maybe not even another mile beyond that wreckage a very powerful sense of the force at that spot. You feel particularly the light side. Some great events to the light side have happened there.
Okay. As we're approaching, I'll let you know that you know what I wouldn't be surprised if they were actually headed toward those ruins when they crashed.
Yeah, quite possibly, quite possibly.
We might want to check those out too.
Let's do it.
All right, so we're going to go to the wreckage first or the ruins?
Yes, the wreckage first.
Okay. All right. So as you approach the wreckage, you'll see a freighter type. It's not too big. Something similar to the Millennium Falcon, but kind of equivalent for this era.
Okay.
There is kind of a 2 levels to it. You can see there's a big gash from that looks like to be the cargo hold, and the top level is kind of the pilot. There's a level piloting poop deck on the top,
Okay.
and yeah, and there's a gash opening. There's not much. You don't see much in there. It's pretty shadowed. There is some light in. You can notice that there, a lot of like equipment in this era in Star Wars has kind of a not quite a permanent life, but there's a high energy. So there are various emergency equipment that can keep running for years on end. So you do see that there's some lights, like little runner lights and stuff like that, but not too much. Not enough to really like illuminate the inside.
Okay.
All right, so
Well,
you guys are getting out of the vehicle,
yes.
and what do you guys plan on doing? Do you want to? I guess, and we'll say that right as this point, the laddie's coming along, shuffling along, and waving to you guys.
Making its way up the path that the track vehicle made.
Yeah, I think you guys passed him not too long ago. All right, so
We're gonna have to get you a snow shovel attachment.
Oh yes, that would always be good, is to get some tracks on the bottom, along with some jet thrusters. That would really help between the two.
oh, dog is here.
I don't know what you're armed with. I twirl my hold out. I got that, holster it, and a couple of these little boom booms.
Blaster pistol. I have some explosives, mostly just
Okay.
stun grenades.
Yeah, yeah. I've got a few frags, some screamers, some smoke, and knockout stuff. Probably will be completely useless against droids, but if we're smart, we may be able to get in and out without alerting them.
It's a pity we didn't have any ion grenades.
Right? We can always, use Laddie as a battering ram / riot shield.
Oh boy,
And out of character, he's not wrong.
is roller.
Imagine dock droids are built pretty sturdy.
So the front door or the big giant gaping entrance?
Which way is easiest for me to walk in? That's,
Get to the closest one so we're not being shot very long or shot at for very long.
Yeah, that would be nice too, wouldn't it?
okay, so they're doing that. I have like no stealth whatsoever, just walking as obviously as can be, right towards the entrance, like without a care in the world.
One of the doors or the hole that's ripped into the cargo hold.
Whichever
think that-
way is easiest for me to get in.
The cargo hold would probably be the easiest.
Okay, all right.
There would
That's
be
the way I'm going.
all right.
Definitely walking behind Laddie.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So
Single file.
Rolling.
Cover our tracks.
All right. So you enter the hold, and nothing's happening right now.
Good. I like when that happens.
So let's see the cargo hold. You guys, so I'll describe it here. Let me pull it up. Engineering, cargo hold. So there's going to be some boxes. So that'll be great. There's some
Woohoo.
scattered stuff. Some of the stuff seems to have been destroyed. Some pallets shattered and bits like that. But if you guys look around, you might be able to find some things.
There's great sadness as I point over to the destroyed pallets.
Um,
Did it look like it was an explosion, an interior explosion that blew outwards, or was it a hit
no,
from outside?
it looks like the bottom of the ship kind of hit a mountain,
Okay, so it's
and then there's just kind of just not probably nearby, not very far along this mountain ridge. Probably hit that, and then it kind of landed roughly in that. So there's kind of this
okay.
almost split at the bottom.
So
Okay.
it was just impact from within.
Yeah, and most of the stuff is kind of off to the sides of the split. The split's almost kind of down the middle. So in the middle, you're literally stepping on the stones of the mountainside.
Okay.
All right, I go to the first crate and try pulling it open to see what's inside.
All right, let's see here. Roll 2d6, somebody.
I get a 7.
7, okay. This is basically going to be like a small stash of starship parts worth 500 credits.
Oh, we'll need these.
Yeah,
Mm.
good find.
I'm just going to start stack the ones that look important over by the, I guess by the cargo hold entrance, so I can come back to. I'm going to try sorting out first before I start trying to load everything up.
All right. So you guys notice further beyond, there's another room, like there's a kind of a door, and there you see like a little red laser light.
Get behind a crate.
All right. And OG?
So the red light is on the door, or is it like a red?
You can just
going
see
across?
kind of a little laser dot, maybe a little bit in the kind of the cool mist of the actual beam of a laser light, like a laser pointer
nice.
light.
So it's like a red dot. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to be painted with it.
All right.
Do whatever I can to be painted with it. I'll get behind something else.
All right. So you guys get behind some crates and stuff, and you kind of see like little hovering security droids. They don't notice you yet.
Okay. And
I will-
He's not hiding behind anything. So just like you know,
I'm going to reach out with my mind and try to see if I can discombobulate it from inside.
All right. Let's see here. Roll your altar, which is 1d, and the difficulty is 4 or better.
Wait a minute. With my telekinesis?
Telekinesis. Yeah, that's your telekinesis uses your altar, so which you have 1 dice in altar.
Okay. 3.
Nothing happens. It seems to just kind of shake it off, but doesn't notice what's going on because it's a droid and doesn't really understand that it was being reached and touched by the Force. I am going to roll. If you guys want to take a shot, or are you guys going to just hide?
I'm
well,
going to
they're
continue
hiding.
hiding.
I'm just going through the crates.
I'll continue hiding and let Shadow try to mess with them a little bit more before I start shooting at them and definitely giving it away that we're in here to win it.
They find you. They see
Oh.
you guys, and they start heading towards the.
They?
3 of them. You
Time to start clipping them.
see one up front. They're kind of single file because it's not too tight, but maybe 2 could sit widely. But they're now heading down the corridor, so in succession because they were just.
I gotta go for a second. I just gotta turn off my generator. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I guess I'll start firing.
All right. Let's see. So now the rounds. Let me explain. One of the things is each round you can actually break up into multiple actions.
Mhm.
So we're going to so you could do multiple actions within a round if you want. If you just want to fire once, you can fire once. If you want to fire twice in a round, you could fire twice. Just you'll have 1d less for both attacks.
So for every action, you subtract a die, right, over the
Yeah.
first?
Yeah,
Okay.
and then you could also save things for reactions. So if they're shooting at you, they'll shoot. You could do a reaction, and then
Oh,
any kind of roll after that, you'll lose a dice. And since we're kind of in a situation now, you guys are. It's pretty much initiative, but the way the initiative works is, let's say you're shooting at it and it's shooting at you. Whoever has the highest attack value wins the shooting. Wins the initiative, technically speaking.
so
So,
attack value is what?
like
How many dice you're rolling?
yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
so if you roll, whatever 4d6 or whatever it is, and you roll a 20 or something like that,
Mhm.
and then the droids roll 21, they technically shoot first, and if they actually hit you, you'll be knocked prone, and your action would be negated.
All right. I will
Um,
definitely only be going with the one shot.
yeah, and then you could also reserve that for any reaction. You can have a reaction after that. Like you could use your dodge or something like that.
Okay.
You could use parries and things and melee parries. All right, I'm gonna have them.
I'll take a shot at them if I can, or did I miss an opportunity?
No, you can shoot. I think everybody's just. It's basically now combat's begun. I'm getting a little used to the system, but I kind of rewatched what's his name, Max Liao's combat video for this that he did a couple months ago.
I gotta
So
get around to watching that whole thing. His
yeah,
videos tend to be really long, and
yeah.
I never have time to watch a whole one. Like I
Well,
just
but he
got.
Yeah.
breaks them up. He breaks them apart though, which is good. So if you just
Yeah.
want to look
Oh,
at like
okay.
combat, you can look at it for like,
It's,
and those are anywhere. To be fair, those are anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour. And I always listen to
yeah.
everything at double X speed, so it's like, oh, okay.
The cool thing is
He's
that,
already whiny enough. I can't do that. And it's Sunday for.
well, that's what I like about it, that it's Sunday, because every other YouTuber is off. They're like all off. I'm like, oh, let
And
me go
my
look.
Sundays are super busy with church and
Mhm.
my Sunday game, and trying to spend some time with the family. Just I just I tell myself I'm gonna, and then I don't.
Well,
I,
they're just going to abandon you in a couple years, you know.
I love it when he gets technical about like like being a tech writer. It's like, look, I know you all want to like write your fantasy stories, but writing a thing about a game, you're a tech writer. You need to know how to make things clear.
Well, I have to laugh because he keeps saying, Chicago Manual of Style, blah, blah, blah. And I went, I never knew about the Chicago Manual of Style, and I was going to college for 14 years.
That's how they caught the Unabomber. That's how they caught the Unabomber.
I heard it was because his brother reported them.
His brother reported him. He later on, I think they were kind of closing in on him. He had a typewriter that like the S didn't work or something, and he was using. It looked like he wasn't. They realized he wasn't like just some kind of lunatic that's just started making bombs, because he was like literally using had a style in his writing.
That's how they normally do it. And actually, I found out something. Every printer prints off
With
something
the mouse.
unique on pages so they can figure out which printer is printing it.
That's why if you're going to be a psycho, kids, you cut out all the little letters, the colored letters from the newspapers.
Yeah,
That's how you send your messages.
Wait a minute. If you do that,
Old
then
school.
they'll know that you're over 70.
Nice.
You're probably like,
Because those are the only people that are still reading newspapers.
Right. I can't even find a newspaper to save my life.
If you're really going to do it, then my view is yeah. Well, I mean, I've seen a lot of different things that,
Don't
You gotta go
operate
rob a
on that.
hoarder's house, get some old newspapers.
you know what? It's not that hard to find an old typewriter. The problem is if you have to hunt and peck and you're like, where do you find the whiteout?
Hunting
You
down
just
the ink.
have to accept that you're a
Ooh.
bad typist.
Yeah.
So let me see what these
Not
guys
that it
are.
really matters.
What are they packing?
Yeah.
I'm going to take the shot on the lead droid.
All right. Since there's 3 droids, I guess one's taking a shot at everybody,
Yeah, let's try focusing as much as we can on them.
and they're gonna.
Remember, I'm the one out in the open, so I'm the one that's pretty obvious.
That's why I said the lead droid, because they're single file down the hallway. As soon as I see droid, blast.
Yep.
And I got a total of 22 with a 6 on the wild die.
Oh, I
Oh,
got one.
nice. 22. So roll the wild die again.
A 1.
Look at that.
22. So 23. Great.
Oh
Let's
man, I
see
gotta add
here.
a die. Nope.
He's gonna roll. He was gonna shoot twice, so he was at a disadvantage. Uh-oh.
And I got 24 on mine.
15. All right. So the one that's shooting at got shot. He's hit. What was your total again?
Mine
Mine?
was 22, 23, excuse me.
Okay.
And mine's
All
20.
right. So let's see damage. What is the damage on that on your weapon?
So basically, roll your dice for your damage. For whatever the weapon is, and then he's going to roll their toughness, brawn.
Or
I
dodge.
honestly
Armor.
didn't write down what the holdout blaster does. I don't know why.
I don't have my details either for the West Star.
I know it's
35.
pretty low though.
Couldn't
Like
find it.
Hold out
two.
blaster. Let me
Let me go look, see if I can find it. Well, darn it!
I couldn't find the West Star 35, and I looked on like the main charts, and I put them into the chat. If you're on Discord,
I think
the weapon charts, equipment charts are
the
there.
West Star 35. Was that
Something
the
you
one that?
assigned me? I think it's like Boba Fett style blaster, like from the movies.
Okay, or that maybe the.
I couldn't figure where you pulled that
I
from.
thought it was the. I might have given you like the Andor. What's his name?
Andors,
Andor's.
or not Andors? Who am I thinking? Mandos. Is that what you're thinking? Like the
No, Andor from Cassian Andor.
Cassian Andor.
Okay, so wait a minute. Here are the weapons. I'm looking on the.
Shoot.
So they have blaster pistol. What type of blaster pistol do they have?
I have a holdout.
Holdout, yeah.
So holdout blaster is 3D plus 1.
Oh, okay, that's not bad.
Yeah, I have the West Star 35.
Okay, let me see if I can see what the West Star is. Is that heavy blaster pistol or blaster rifle?
It's not the Han Solo heavy blaster pistol. It's not the carbine. Like it's not.
No. I'm trying to see if it's I'm trying to make sure, is it a pistol or is it a carbine or is it a
I
rifle?
think it's a pistol.
West Star 35.
I am not seeing that.
West Star 35. Maybe I miswrote it or something. 35. Blaster pistol. Oh, that is different. What is that one? Oh, that is cool though. It might have been a Mando's weapon. I could always.
Here's an easy question. Is it a heavy blaster pistol or a light blaster pistol?
Or just regular.
Regular blaster. That's what I'm asking. Because if it's regular, let's just assume it's 4D, and if it's heavy, it's 5D.
So let's see here. So people have made. Is this 4D plus 1?
Is that what it is? 4D plus 1. He says it's in the West End game supplements and source books.
I'm looking at right now the whatever the weapon one. It must be on a different book, but like it says, if you want, that's why I said just for easy thing. It says heavy blaster pistol, just the regular blaster is 5D, and for a heavy blaster pistol is 5D, a regular blaster pistol is 4D, and holdout blaster pistol is 3D plus 1, and that's just to make it easy.
Okay, let me write all that down because I just found West Star 35 blaster pistol, but it's for Fantasy Flight Games.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently, it's a standard issue sidearm of Mandalorian law enforcement and military officers.
Okay.
So, what details do you have for that?
I'm just going by the basic here, which is for a regular blaster pistol, it's going to be 4D, and for a heavy blaster pistol, it's going to be 5D. So it just depends on what you want to classify it as.
I think the 4D plus 1 is like kind of a middle ground there.
Yeah.
That seems to work.
So 4D plus 1 for that Mandalorian blaster? Okay. Obviously, skill used would be ranged.
So let's see here. What are you guys are? What is a short range? Not really that short. Maybe medium. You guys are taking cover. So I'm going to add a dice to the ability to hit you guys.
What's the rate of fire in the ammo for that?
We won't need to keep track of it for now.
I think that the way they're doing that is that if you roll a 1 on your wild die, for some reason you're gonna have to reload it. It's probably the
Oh,
easiest way to do
Something,
it.
yeah. That's probably
Okay.
That's easier than trying to keep track of everything.
I don't know. Mine says ammo 6. I think I can handle keeping track of 6 shots.
Did I shoot 5 or did I shoot 6?
Let's find out.
Do you feel lucky, punk?
Nice.
Too many numbers here.
Fine.
All right.
Okay.
So I think, what is the difficulty on this one? This one will be, I need blaster carbine. Gosh, what are they hitting you guys with?
Well, just figure out if it's a hard or something like that. That's probably easiest.
Yeah, because
Instead of trying to sweat everything, just say, okay,
Well, they're trying to shoot 2 shots at you, but there's sort of there's stuff in the way. There actually is a mechanic for that. I don't think it's like, if you get hit, there's a whole thing about that stuff takes damage versus you taking damage.
Yes. Yeah, there's protection behind it if it's a type of door or blast door. Or,
yeah. So in this case, you guys are taking stuff behind things. So let's see. So what are you doing, Omen? Are you shooting or anything, or
no?
you just got shot
I'm
at?
just happily just going through it, ignoring them completely.
Well, my guy rolled poorly. The one that's shooting at you rolled poorly, and he rolled a 1.
Oh wow!
So I'm going to say that maybe the complication is he does not see you as a threat because he sees you as a loading droid.
Okay, yeah,
So
that's fine.
He pulled he pulled this shot just before he shot like it. He's like, oh no, it's a loading droid, and shot that way.
Yeah, exactly. He's obviously not a threat. He's not even reacting to us. It's like
And
the luckiest
what's
bastard
your
droid
shot?
ever.
What's Kalfar's shot?
It was a 24.
Okay, so he got his shot off before that, and it's definitely a hit. And so let's roll your damages. Let's see if they.
The damage
So
is 4d plus 1. You don't roll a wild die on the damage, do you? Just on the hit?
Just on the hit. It's the skill rolls.
11 damage.
All right. So what is your strength?
13 damage. Or 14 with the plus 1. Sorry.
Oh. So you took. What was yours? Shadow?
11.
11.
Mine was 14.
Plus 1. So you're one soaked 10 damage, and so you're over 1. So he is, I think, damaged or wounded.
I think that's stunned. Yeah, I think that's just a stun.
Stunned is and what was yours again? I'm sorry. And your guy rolled a 5
14 damage
versus 14, so he's 9 over. So that is yeah. Sorry.
Wait a minute. How many dice did he roll? Because you're supposed to roll he rolled a 4.
Yeah. So
4d plus 1.
No. I'm just trying to say is if he has.
They had
dice,
2. They rolled 2Ds. They have. 2Ds
okay. So if they roll 2Ds, okay. Just double checking.
They let's see here. So I should have the wounding table here somewhere.
Yeah. So it says they're stunned if it exceeds it by 0 to 3.
Okay, so 1 is stunned, Shadows is stunned, and exceeds it by 9. What are we at?
Incapacitated. So basically, you have shut it down.
He is incapacitated. Okay, and we got 1 is stunned. He will not be. He will be recombobulating himself this round, and now we are at the next round. Oh yes, so 1 did not get hit. He actually was rolling. He was only rolling 3 of 4 dice he could have rolled. He is now rolling his second shot within the round. So let me get the guy who was shooting at. Let's see. Even he'll shoot at Shadow odds he shoots at OG. Even he shoots at Shadow. Let's see, 6-11. That is a. All right, 11. That's a moderate difficulty. Blaster carbines, I think they were. It should be a moderate. Yeah, so he hits you. He hits you. Do you have any
No.
armor?
You hit Shadow or hit me? Okay, sorry.
Shadow.
Okay.
Add your
Sucks for you.
strength to the roll. And what does a
No, he hit
blaster
you,
carbine
Shadow.
do?
No, I
Yeah.
know.
Oh,
No, I was that was like that's what you were thinking.
Oh,
Sucks to be
okay.
Shadow.
30 to.
oh,
Oh. Okay, so it's okay. So the range is. Oh, man, that would have been. They're actually easier. Oh, you've been taking cover, so it hits the. It might hit the cover. I don't remember how that works because that was kind of complicated. Object damage chart. Not seriously damaged. Okay, so let's see if it penetrates the stuff.
Yeah.
That it gets you. So this is blaster carbine, 4-day damage. No complications. 6, 10, 15. So I did see a chart here on like things that are like you could use, how much stuff they have, guidelines. Yeah, cover modifiers. Here we go. No, that's not it. Protection. Standard wood door. Blaster. Okay. All right. Add. I'm going to say these crates are like metal, and add 3D to your strength roll. So roll your strength dice. Plus
No
any
armor. I
armor,
will
plus
need to
3
get
dice.
some. How many? How many dice? 3 dice.
3 dice. Add 3 dice to your
Okay.
and your strength.
No wild
dice.
die.
So
Okay.
no wild die, no.
20.
All right. So yeah, the stuff soaked it up, and you did. It didn't hurt you at all. It just kind of shook you. You are stunned though, because even if it hits, you're still stunned for this round. But next round you'll be able to hit. So now we have one droid out, 2 droids up. One's going to shoot at Shadow, one's going to shoot at. Well, no, you're down, so maybe they're both going to shoot at. Let's see here, and they're going to try to do 2 shots at the same time. They're going to do 2 shots this round. So let's see. Whoever's not incapacitated, which is Shadow, can do something this round.
okay. So Shadow, you managed to get incapacitated. Okay.
Well, he's
How did he get
stunned. He's stunned.
Just curious.
When you get hit, you're stunned.
No. I thought
no matter what.
they had exceeded by 0. They have to get 0 or above to be stunned.
I think like you're down prone from what I remember. I could be wrong. Let me.
I'm looking at it. Damage
that.
roll is greater than strength roll by 0 to 3. It says stunned.
Because I thought even like that. Maybe it's the rest of the round.
It just says that it penalizes the character by giving them a -1d to skill and attribute rolls for the rest of the round. The next round.
Okay. All right. So it's the next round and Shadow's up. So everybody can shoot then.
All right,
okay.
I'll take it.
Yeah, because the example they show is that if you get below, if the damage is less than the roll for the strength and armor, then there's no effect. It just says uninjured. And that's on page 97 of the revised book.
All right. So everybody roll. The 2 droids are going to still do the same thing. They will double shoot this round, so they're going to
Okay.
take a 1 dice penalty. No complications. 4, 2, 7. One guy shooting at Shadow hit is a 7, and the one guy shooting at OG is 11.
I got a
So
21.
what did you guys roll? Okay, so you guys hit it. You both hit them first, so their attacks
Excellent.
are negated. So roll your damage, and we'll roll our soaking. With what, 2 dice? Okay.
12.
16.
So 12. He rolled a 6, so you exceeded it by 6. And 16. He rolled a 9, so you exceeded it by 5. So the one that got, so they're 3's they're down.
Nice.
They're both down, so because it's more than 3. All right. So what are you guys going to do? These things are stunned. At least they're stunned. Let's see here. Where's the injury table there?
So stun just gives them
I
-1 to
have
their
that
dice.
handy. I'm sorry. Okay. So, well, what's they exceeded by 5 and 6.
That'd be a wound, so they get -2
So
to all their dice.
Okay. So they're wounded. They're
And
also,
if they get
they're
2
also
or more
down
wounded, then they're
for the round.
considered incapacitated. So 2 or more wounds give them incapacitated. So.
Okay. Here we go. It's a small table. It's an important thing here. All right. Okay. So let's go to the next round now. I guess so. They're at -2. So they are going to shoot once. So that makes. Oh,
15.
one of them might hit if you guys. 15. You hit it before him. And what do you roll, OG?
For damage?
This
is another round. Okay.
Next round.
Rolling to hit?
Yeah, rolling to hit. They're shooting just once this round, but they're down. They're down
Okay.
by 2 dice, so they're only rolling 2 dice. So what did you roll?
17. Hit. Okay.
All right, so you hit them. All right, so let's do damage rolls. So Shadow, what's damage?
14.
Ooh, well, you beat it. He had 11, so he's 3, so he's stunned.
And 19 for me.
So you exceed his by 11. So he is incapacitated. So one is incapacitated. One is stunned again. He's down. So let's see. Droids won't flee, right? Yeah, just one still up, and he's down by 2. And the other one's incapacitated. It's just you just see it starting to spark, and it's still lit up, but it's on the ground. Its hovering mechanism has decided to turn off. So there's one more round. I guess both of you guys are going to shoot at it. It's down by 2 rolls, so it's going to try to shoot one more shot at you guys. It rolls a 7. Somebody's going to hit it first, though. Yeah, roll your damage.
Oh, this is going to be good. I got a 6 on the wild die.
12.
Woohoo!
Oh, nice. All right, you exceed him by 2. So he's stunned. What's your roll?
28.
At least he's stunned, but he can't do anything more. 28. Oh my gosh. So yeah. All right, so you hit him really good.
I'll say.
Well,
Because I got the 6 on the wild die. I got the reroll again.
I think if he is hit in the same round, do I use the same soaking roll
You roll for each time.
each time? Okay. All right. He rolled a
17
Now, to be
to wound.
fair, if you want to speed it up, George, you probably could say, "Hey, I'll just take whatever they want there," but that's up to you.
17 for the actual damage.
All right, 17. Okay, so you exceed him by 9. So yeah, he's
Okay.
incapacitated now. Or if he's there, if he's double wounded, then he just has very few dice. That is
Okay,
moot
so
to,
I'm sorry.
yeah, incapacitated.
So
Yeah, he's twice wounded.
So
but
yeah,
that's,
so wounded takes off 1 die, double wounded takes off 2 dice, 3 wounded is incapacitated, and then a wound from
Yeah.
incapacitated is mortally wounded.
So if you keep getting wounded while you're down, it really gets bad.
Yeah.
There's one with thing.
Yeah, that's why it's kind of it's like a what do you call that? A domino effect, I guess.
It can get
So yeah, so the last shot, you see it, you hit its weapon, it just starts sputtering and it falls to the ground. The weapon's so damaged that it probably couldn't shoot back at you. There's some stuff, it's still working somewhat, but it's not a danger anymore. The other one's incapacitated, so and nothing's repairing it. So what do you guys want to do to it?
You want to try and
I was thinking, wouldn't suck to have a couple more droids on our side.
yeah, we could reprogram it.
Oh,
We could also check
All
the
right.
memory banks to see exactly what
Okay.
all went down for its like memory of
Mhm.
what happened from the crash and everything and leading up to it. Might have heard things.
cool. All right, so let's say it'd probably be easy to maybe disconnect a few things. An easy repair roll. So let's see. Not repair, which is technical. Yeah, let's do it three times. One for
First
each
one
of those
is
drones.
10, 16, 18.
Okay, do you activate
No.
it? Any complications? No. Okay.
16 again, nothing special.
All right, you good?
And the
It's
third
deactivated?
one, 17. So nothing
Okay.
special.
And it's deactivated. Great.
I don't even think we could see your rolls or
All right.
anything, George. Like what you're trying to block out, we couldn't even see
Oh,
based on where your camera is.
I'm
well,
sorry.
it's up to you if you want to show them or not.
It's
Yeah,
not necessary. We trust you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I was rolling stuff. Let me see here.
but you were
I
holding
don't
the
even have
thing
my-
up,
I
and
got
where your
everything
camera
on-
is, it couldn't see where you were rolling anyway.
Oh, I'm like down
That's
here.
okay.
Yeah. Let's see here. Maybe I could do it a little higher. Like you see, I'm rolling.
I
You
don't
might not
need
see the
I'm
rolls.
fine.
I mean, we can hear
But-
it when you're rolling. It's not like
Just saying you didn't have to go through the effort of holding the thing up to hide it because the camera wasn't actually seeing.
There we go.
it.
Dice cam.
I was trying to do that the
Dice
other
cam.
night. It's tricky.
You know what? This is where the VTTs that show the dice rolls are actually kind of nice. Because then you
Yeah.
can roll like, oh yeah, everyone sees it. Or if you really want to do it, is some of them have it where it does a blind roll, so you see the dice roll, but you don't see what the rolls are.
Okay.
Well, it's just like I don't know if you ever had it when you were a DM and you had DM screen, like you just start rolling dice, the players become completely paranoid.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
You know, that's the way of doing it online. Is you let them see dice roll, but they don't know what it is.
Time honored tradition where I come from.
I stopped caring. I'm like, yeah, whatever.
Roll on.
I'm at the point now. It's like, the monster attacks you. Roll your own dice. Ah, crap. You know?
Oh, here we go. There's a box here. Nice thing about having a mess in your house. All right, here's the dice box here. All right, so you have some drones. They have some. You guys can bring
You
them back
find
to
like
the truck, I guess,
an
right?
empty
You know,
crate
yeah.
to put them in, make it easier to carry them, I guess.
I know that just the guy who might be able to do that.
Hey, look, we got you some new friends.
Hey, I only have 10 dice to, lift things. Which I think is normally like a heroic
All right.
modifier, so I can lift like up to a ton on average.
You could lift like a Corellian cruiser.
Do you really lift, bro?
All right, so now we have access to the inner parts of the ship. If you guys want to
Yes, yeah,
go in, I
absolutely.
don't know if you a
That's
little
kind of why we
shy
got
right
it. We
now.
came here.
All right, so it's kind of dimly lit. Not much. There are a few emergency lights. I assume somebody has a flashlight or something like that.
Yes.
You guys can see a little bit. And yeah, so the first room is, let's see, downstairs there are, I don't know what it was. ChatGPT did not understand what I was doing when I asked it to lay out a ship. So it looked like a spreadsheet.
What you need is you need to find type in traveler.
Yeah, just got like a do the what you call it, like the well, the trade vessel would be the best, the funnest one. Let's see here. So we have some engineer. I guess there are some staterooms on the side here. There's a kind of a corridor, and on either side there are 2 staterooms on both sides, so a total of 4 staterooms.
Check
And,
those out. That's where the good stuff usually is.
All right, for all 4 staterooms, let's just roll 2d6. Whoever would like to.
First one's an 8.
And 8. It's all rooms. We'll just do 1 because it's going to be
Okay.
The value of the stuff was kind of high
Gotcha.
on the table. Where is the table?
That's fine.
Ship salvage table. Okay, so engineering staterooms. 8 was a hidden flask of strong Corellian brandy.
Go good
I
with
will
your deck.
immediately take a swig off that and toss it. Catch.
All right, roll your decks to catch it. I'm just kidding.
Make me have a chance to drop it.
No.
Hey, wait a minute. This is fuel for the Bender type robot.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
The Bender robot can kiss my shiny metal ass.
Oh, I guess my clip.
that's okay. I'll drink it. I need the fuel. I
I
have
was trying to-
multiple power sources. No, I'm just kidding.
I was trying to do Cliff Clavin from
You're powered. You're powered like a 1920s pickup truck. Without
All right, so the so there's nothing nothing popped out at you guys, so no more droids seem to be. The wreck is quiet, and you want to press on.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, the next things would be the engineering room, and this would be where Clavin droid
Clavin droid.
Yeah. He told you
should
guys.
call him Cliff E. We got Lad E and we got Cliff E.
I think ChatGPT came up with CL4VN. The 4 looks like an A, I guess. I didn't like it, but
Or what, the Cloven? The Clavin droid? Or the...
we need a Norm droid now.
Yeah, Normie.
So let's see the engineering. There is the unit. You see they have a special unit. It seems to be attached to the shielding mechanism, but there should be some other things around as well. If you guys want to roll 2d6 to find anything else besides this unit.
I got a 5.
5 is, where am I? Engineering. Portable fusion lantern for 1d6 hours power left. So
Excellent.
let me see. 1d.
It's like, did I just manifest that? Because we were asking earlier for a flashlight.
Yeah.
Find a lantern.
So yeah, does anybody want to roll the 1d6 for how many hours left on it?
Sure.
Take care of that. This will come in handy when we go check out the rooms, maybe.
6 hours.
6 hours. Great. All right.
And I'm sorry, it's called a fusion lantern? Or what did you call it?
Yeah, portable fusion lantern.
Okay, cool. We'll keep that.
see now. Do you guys want to try to take that unit out now, or continue and explore the ship?
Take it out now.
Okay. Let's do a moderate repair roll to take it out, and
That'd
All right.
be good.
moderate is.
Ooh, not
Oh,
that
I
good.
lost the dice.
10.
Oh, I got a. What happens if I roll a 1 on when I try to figure out the difficulty? Does that mean anything?
I got a 13, so not too stellar.
We still beat the roll, which was 7, 11. So yeah, you did it. You
All
did
right,
it.
cool.
The guy who originally put it in, he put it in kind of normal, nothing weird, no weirdness.
Okay, cool.
No shorts, no short circuits, no electrocutions, no explosions. All right. So if you guys want to explore the rest of the ship, there is so there's a common room, and at the common room there's a ladder up to the poop deck or the pilot house.
The cursory check of the common room is probably nothing spectacular. Although this could be where they, have the secret door to the secret stash. So
The
yeah,
heat grill.
toss the place.
All right. Who wants to roll the 2d6 for that one?
Give her shadow.
Double fours.
Double fours. That's ocho. I wish it was blackjack. Then we can like hard 8. Bet the hard 8. Astrogation bridge. Where did I not put the common room as common area? Here we go. Ocho. Ah, of course you keep finding a small stash of contraband liquor bottles worth 1,000 credits. If
Well,
sold.
this will explain why they crashed the ship.
This would explain that. How many bottles?
Let's say a
He's
small
proven.
stash. So liquor, what kind of liquor? I guess worth 1,000 credits. Seems like a credit is like somewhat like $1. So let's say it's a little crate of wine, like or whatever you want it to be, but like if it's like a brandy or something.
Yeah,
Six?
definitely a brandy.
6 bottles.
3 and 3.
All right. And
This will keep you warm.
yeah. Let us see. So 3 and 3 for that would be for the upstairs. Climb up the ladder.
No. 3 bottles for him, 3 bottles for me.
Oh, I see. Let's explore the pilot room. Where is it? And is pilot / astrogation.
Thanks,
area.
Ackerman.
So
Cheers.
roll for the exploring the bridge and astrogation section.
Want to take this one?
Sure.
Switch off. Phone rolls.
7.
7. Astrogation charts, outdated but useful in obscure systems. I'm going to say they're useful in the Caldera, I think it's called, Gordian Reach. Basically like the Sith areas, the Yavin and Korriban sector.
This is all Greek to me, man. You hang on to these.
Okay. We'll do.
You'll need to,
What's the area again that it covers?
Caldera.
The Caldera, I think it's called, or Gordian Reach. I think it's the Gordian Reach is kind of the bigger part of this. Like you're technically in the Gordian Reach. I think you're kind of it's just the area just beyond the Mandalorians in the Outer Rim, and then like within that there is a area with not many hyperspace routes. It's kind of isolated, and it would have. It'll take you to places. It could take you to places like Korriban, Yavin.
Okay.
I forget the names of a couple of the places there.
Isn't Kashyyyk out that way?
Kashyyyk's the other way, kind of.
Okay.
Kashyyyk's actually is almost mid-rim,
Okay.
and it's more in what's called a slice, which would be like between the Perlin and the Corellian routes is kind of this area, and that's towards Hut space, I guess you can call it.
The whole
Let's see
space
here.
map feels like a slice when you look at it.
Yeah,
It's like you're looking at like the 2D plane or whatever.
Yeah.
Space, like, all
and
around.
there's no depth, even though like there is some depth to like a real galaxy. Like you can see like these two routes that cross each other, but probably in reality they would be like, could be 100 light years apart.
Yeah.
All right, so I guess the next, if you guys want to do, is start loading up your truck and head
Yes.
out to the ruins.
Is there more room for cargo on the vehicle?
The vehicle, let's see. So I'm going to
If not,
say
I mean,
the
we can take it back to the the ship and make another, trip.
I pictured it being able to seat 6 people. I'd imagine the bottles can probably just sit under a seat, one of your seats. So that one really won't take too much space. The lantern won't take too much space. So the main thing would be the unit. So that would probably take up one of the seat areas, and you could probably make it fit better if you yank one of the seats out. And you'd have
Droids.
and then you'd have 2 spots, 2 seats, 2 areas, but the space of 2 people extra to put in there. Or if if Omen wants to just hang out the side, you could fit 3 people.
I can carry whatever I need to. So
So yeah, I think you could probably salvage as much, if not more, than what you've already salvaged here. So yeah.
Okay.
So the real question is we got 500 credits in star parts. I'm more interested in the parts and stuff. So what is the what is there anything else we found in the crates?
Star parts, I can probably come up with something for what they are.
No. I mean, besides the star parts, what else do we have in the crates?
It was just junk.
Okay.
Used, frostburned food, things like that.
Okay.
Tattered things that have decomposed over time. Things that have gotten so brittle from the cold, they just, once you open the crate, they just turn to dust.
Red staplers, stuff the reason that was burned down.
I should have thought of something like what the ship is about. I just kind of randomly generated things on
That's
it.
okay.
Who
knows? Because if you're talking about a freighter, I mean, it's whatever people order.
Yeah. And some of the roles would have been like, oh, this could be a hook for something. And I'm like, I didn't think of anything. I just been kind of busy. I got to try to figure out how to work how I work as a GM, because I think I need to print more stuff out, because I just have tabs open right now. So many tabs open with things.
I know. I a lot of times I would do prep a couple days before and have basically everything already re-rolled for what's there. I knew one of my players wanted to but you can roll it dynamically. I'm like, no, it doesn't make any sense if I roll it dynamically. Plus, it always seems to have a lot of dead time, which the players don't notice as much as the DM does.
Yeah. All right.
So you're always you're real panicking, like, oh my god.
Yeah.
If you have some pieces of information that you really want to access fast on the go, just write it in a thick black marker on a piece of paper, because literally it'll stand out at you, and just put it all on a piece of paper, like little hints and reminders to take you back to those tabs. Because I find it can be unwieldy having a bunch of tabs open, and in the moment trying to get to the right one, it just stalls you out. But if you have something written down that's in your hand, it's a lot easier and that can jog your memory, just having that little thing.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I spent 100 hours writing up to put stuff in Foundry for. No, I mean, this was off the side. I was spent 100 hours putting in all the random tables, just so I could save myself 2 minutes by automatically rolling a random table. I said, click. All right. I guess this will pay off in the future.
I could have pre-rolled what they found. What you guys found, but I mean, I don't want to take away rolling dice from you guys. That's
no. Well, here's the thing: is I don't know about anyone else. I really don't care about rolling dice. I just don't. So I don't worry
Says
about
the man with thousands and thousands of dice in a bean bag full of dice.
Yeah, but see, I do all my dice rolling before as a player. Yes, but as a player, I really don't care if I roll dice or not. In fact, rolling dice sometimes annoys me. So it's
like the story more than
all this. I'm like, Just tell me what I get. Don't make me roll an observation check. I hate that crap. Just tell me what I see. That's,
Well, dice can take you out of the story, right? Like out of the story that's developing. So
yeah, they can't. I mean, I don't mind it for
you're searching
combat
for
because
your
combat,
crunch number.
yeah, because combat's one of those where it actually, to me, really matters. But most things, it's just like, if you want me to know about it, just tell me. Don't make me roll to see an observation roll.
All
Yeah.
right, so you guys hop in the. I'm picturing this thing like remember what was that? Lost in Space, the TV series. Not the one on Netflix, but like the old one.
I don't
Oh,
remember it
you're
very
talking
had
about
that-
with
I'm
the
picturing
Danger
something like
Will
this.
Robinson?
Oh, you're picturing that. That's cool.
Yeah, Danger Will Robinson, Danger with Robbie the Robot.
Jackie and I made this a couple of years ago out of a 99-cent store, tank and some like 57 Chevy parts.
That's either a
Oh, that's
Soviet
cool.
tank
Like
or a German
Kit
tank.
Bash. It looks like the stuff they're doing in Ukraine right now. They got the
Oh, do you remember
Based on them and
the
stuff.
old ducks that they used to have? The amphibious duck.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I think they're like for like pushing up like landmines or something. Or
I
is that
think it
something
was
else?
so they could cross water because they were supposed to
Ah.
be amphibious. But you've seen those. You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of the crawlers that you'll see on Snow Worlds. To be fair, I mean
That's what
or,
that's supposed to be.
yeah,
It's
or
we literally put like snow effects on it and toe chains and all kinds of cool stuff. We had a lot of fun with that. I used this stuff real quick hobby thing from Games Workshop called Valhalla and Blizzard, and it basically looks like cottage cheese.
okay.
And it's like the only product I ever buy from GW now. But when winter comes around and I'm doing a winter craft, this stuff looks sharp.
Their base stuff's pretty good. I like the Sterling Mud as well, I think is the other one.
Yeah, this is more for like putting on a base of a miniature.
Yeah, I have with the little plastic brush that they sell.
Well, I just use a popsicle stick and I
Yeah.
carve the popsicle stick into whatever shape I need and scoop it out. And yeah, stuff's not cheap either. Of course,
No,
it's
it's
Games
not.
Workshop, but it works. I've literally since the Games Workshop opened down the street from our house, I've been there like 7 times, and 3 of those times was to get another bottle of that stuff.
And the rest of the time was just to find out it was closed.
Yeah, it has been. It was closed for a couple of months because the guy who was running it quit to open up his own game store further away. But
Yeah.
he just sells Games Workshop stuff. And I'm like, but he's making bank, so whatever.
There's some weird things. As I have one person we knew, his brother died, and he took over the store over in the mall. And Games Workshop has all sorts of rules about how you have to present it, and it's just a pain in the butt.
It's just it's full corporate nonsense.
Well,
And
here's the funny thing is that that's what brings people into the store. So you got to play by the rules for that reason.
Yeah.
I just like I said, is that some of their models look gorgeous, but as things are going, is that it's just not the game I want to play. And that's really it's aiming towards a hobbyist. It's not aiming towards a gamer like me. You guys are more hobbyist. I'm a gamer. I don't care. I'll play with chits. I will play with salt shakers. I will play with anything like that.
It's kind of like what all the corporations are doing right now. They're almost trying to like phase into a new customer base.
Yeah.
But they're finding out that
people like
their old
us.
customer base are the only good ones, like that have the money to spend, are loyal, like look forward to their new things.
Well, here's the weird part though, is like, okay, looking at a lot of it is a lot of our generation now, the kids are starting to leave home, which means you generally and leave home or go out of college. If we're towards they're starting to go out. So now now it's like, okay, you're basically empty nesters. You have time, and now you also have disposable income. And I'm like, who do you think's buying all these collector's editions? It's not 20-year-olds.
It's adults. Like when there's $1,000 toys, I know it's not kids buying them.
Oh yeah. But what I meant, but it's
Toys are for
not even those
adults.
in their 20s. A lot of them are people in their 30s, 40s, 50s, or 60s, which is what got me with Wizards of the Coast. I went, why aren't you doing they have their Hasbro Pulse.
I'm
Why
gonna
in the world
take an
they didn't
intermission here.
why in the world they didn't do a special edition, AD&D stuff? What I mean is, hey guys, this is going to be, custom made wood. It's going to have this. We're going to include all of the editions of D&D, from the old white box, which we'll do in a 50th anniversary edition style box, and then we're going to do a first edition reprint, and then we're going to do a second edition, and then a third edition of just the core books, and say you can get all of this, and we're going to do the old style of this. And I said, yeah, people, we're going to make them leather bound, and we're going to do that. I mean, they could have made bank on that, in my
They could have.
opinion.
Yeah, it's weird they didn't, isn't it?
Instead they're like, well, we don't, and I said, it may have not been that much money, but at least it would have gotten it out there and said, oh, wow, look at these collector's editions. And look, I mean, if you look at what is a Grim and Beetle or whatever it's called, they do like the upper high end stuff for D&D where they get, that's what I would have done. It's like, hey, we want you to make this special deal. I don't care, make it $4,000. People are crazy enough to buy stuff if it's, all of that. And
they could have.
Oh yeah. And then, if you really wanted to, you get some of the old guys. You say, hey, what we're going to do is going to bring some of the old people. But and we'll see. I think at the time they thought, oh, we don't have enough old D&D players or things. Look, even people that don't like Hasbro would probably gonna be like, yeah, but this is my one chance to get some of these things. Hey, guess what? We're gonna print off the old players, the 4 core books initially for what they call Legend of Lore, but the deities and demigods with the Cthulhu myths, which by the way are out of that, and then talk to Michael Moorcock and ask him to use the Elric stuff in there and say, hey, is it okay if we use this? We'll pay you a small stipend. Maybe
I think that's going for $350 right now. I know a fellow was looking for it at Claricon, and he managed to get it tracked down. He got the printing that has the Elric in there. Like I think $350 or something like that.
Yeah, but I mean, could you imagine if they had done that and then they'd done like a really nice embossed coating, and then when you open it up on the first page, it would have had the original Errol Otis, artwork that he had in there. And
yeah, they could have did a lot with it, printed it up really nice, and charged that same amount for a new product, and people would have bought it.
Oh, exactly. And then that's
so
one of the reasons.
It makes me wonder. Okay, so business decisions. What's actually happening in the executive, boardroom? What's the discussion that's happening? Because it's not how do we actually, make money.
Well, to be fair on this, after listening to it, is the books aren't where they make the money. It just isn't. It's going to be licensing, and it's going to be stuff on their sigil. But I went, this is the 50th edition. If nothing else, it gets people talking, and you get free advertising, and then you bring back, it's also, after their big debacle of, we don't want the old players with the white players and stuff. And it would have been that leap of saying, look, we want to bring all 50 years of D&D players from you guys from the very beginning to, the new ones now. And, because they do alt covers with the core books. You could have done so much with that and said, hey, guess what? We're going to charge more money. We're going to make them into, leather bound, Grim and Beetle style. They could have done, Goodman Games. You could have had them do some of the stuff of like, hey, do this. But there's just, you could have gotten the old, the old original box sets and said, hey, guess what? We're going to do these are going to be, painted, but we're going to make them out of wood. So the old BX game, hey, basic and expert.
That's what I thought the basic expert should have did too, kind of with his. He was coming out with that white box, and I thought, wow, like that perfect opportunity to make that like a wooden box, because it's like the whole look, it would fit that look.
Well, the reason I'm mentioning Hasbro is, because I've been hearing, because I like listening to stuff in the background. So to print off a book, that is what they call the pleather for 2,000 copies is about $15 a copy. And Hasbro could have done a limited edition, even if you said, hey, we're going to do 10,000 copies or something. They could have done that. And, I think they would have been snapped up, to be fair. Oh, I could get a history of this. I could have gotten this. And, even if you said,
just
okay,
have to look at how Games Workshop is and how it's mastered the small print runs of things. Like with their Black Library books, they literally created their collector's market. And if you can't get a book like at launch, it's like you're spending hundreds of dollars for them.
Well, I'm going to be. This is what gets me about this is their new RPG. They're 300 pages each. The full color. Absolutely nice. One of these books was $30. The other one was $35. Now, after shipping and handling,
low for the amount you're getting,
yeah, but after shipping and handling, it was $40 for each of those books, and those books are heavier than most of my other books, and when you're talking like 50,000 copies, or again, it's been
what that thing is, then they're taking the loss to try and get popular again.
Yeah, but for 50,000 copies, I think it's $3 a book. That's almost nothing. And then if you want to do leather, it's gonna be a bit more expensive. But but they had Hasbro Pulse. You have a built-in thing. If you make it, if Grim and Beetle can sell their stuff off, you could do like, hey, guess what? We're gonna do a limited edition, even if you do it like once a month or something. Hey, guess what? We're gonna do for every month of the year. We're gonna do. This is going to be the old white box with all of the original stuff, and we're going to make sure it's in a custom-made mahogany or whatever wood, and do that and say, okay, that's going to be $1,000.
Yeah, the premiums are what sell nowadays to an adult audience, right?
Yeah, and then after that is the next month. Is guess what? We're going to do the Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. It's going to include the 4 core books. They're going to be in leather with this embossed leather, and then you can go see the artwork in there. You do a couple of things like that, and then you say, okay. And then, in month 3, guess what? We're going to do the BX. We're going to do basic and expert, and those are going to be in wood, with the really nice folding, and have the original stuff in there, and so they could have just spread that out. So, and then said, guess what? You'll get this in 6 months or whatever, which is what I think they normally do anyway. But Hasbro Pulse did the Hero Quest stuff. So it's not like they don't even have the infrastructure for it.
Yeah. The Hero Quest stuff was pretty nice, actually.
Well, that's what I mean is they could have done so much of this and like, okay, we're going to do nice paper. We're not going to make it feel like the old paper it was before. It's going to be acid-free with, with this. And guess what? We're going to do a little bit of extra artwork on there. We're going to have the original Errol Otis cover on the inside, with none of the with none of the words, wrapped around, if they still have it, to be fair. But you do and Errol Otis is still alive. If you want to,
he's working for Emperor's Choice now.
Well, he also does work for Goodman Games. I mean, let's be honest, he's not he's a freelancer for that. But yeah, there's so many things that they could have. Ed Greenwood's still alive. It's not like you can't do stuff. Not Ed Greenwood. Larry Elmore. It's like you could get a couple of them. That's what I mean. Is there's a lot of stuff they could have done that Goodman Games is doing for their reprints of the Caverns of Thracia and stuff like that. And even if you can partner up with Goodman Games. Hey, guess what, Goodman Games? We'll let you throw in your B1 into the Borderlands.
Let's get back on track on the game.
Yeah. I was just going to say.
It's all right. Okay, so you guys approach. I don't know if you guys saw the thumbnail, but you approach a kind of starting to see these stone or concrete ruins as you get a little further away from the camp, kind of a little off to the side in one direction, and of course, Shadow, you're feeling a little more of the force going on, a little more kind of a tingly feeling. You feel like it's something very positive. You pass a hillside where it looks like somebody has carved 2 faces out of the ice, not too far from one of these ruins, and actually attached to the ruins seems to be a makeshift shelter up against one of them.
Let's head toward that. That might be someone who's decided to,
Mm,
make their home here, and if so, maybe they might have some info.
Okay. All right. So you approach. It looks like the door's open, and there's no sign of anybody in
Okay.
the shelter. There's a couple of rooms. One room is very Spartan and empty, not too much in it. Looks like almost like a monk was living here. There's kind of a common area, a little cooking stove, but it's everything's a lot of stuff has been. It looks like it's been not used for like
Okay, that
a
that, that I
decade.
was wondering. Does it look
Mhm.
inhabited, active, anything like
No, yeah, no. It looks like some of the cold has gotten in. It seems to be sheltered from a lot of the winds and stuff, but a lot of the cold has gotten in. Some stuff is frosted over, but as you get deeper into the dwelling, you'll see there's stuff that the things have been kind of frozen, but nothing has been coated with like frost or anything yet. If you go too far further in, you'll see another room, like another bedroom. It looks like, but very different from the other bedroom, and it's kind of like a almost like a teenage girl's room. Pink fluff and stuff
okay?
on the walls, and there is a data pad on one of the desks.
Okay, I'll take a look at it. Just power up.
Let's see. It's been a while. It's not. It's. Let's see if you can. It's kind of starting, but you're having a little trouble getting it to
Okay, it
work.
may
If you
need
want to
warming up.
maybe
So
do a
what
little
I'll
bit
do
of.
is I'll put it in my coat pocket so the body heat will, you know.
All right. Oh, good idea. All right. So it starts. Yeah, you start hearing as it's as you warm up, maybe about 2 minutes in or so. It's kind of you hear a little like a junk junk or a little kind of chime that's saying it's starting up, and you pull it up, and it says uh, it's open to an app that's a journal.
Can I read it?
It's asking for a password.
Oh man.
This is where we got to look more into the surroundings in this place. I think. Start
Yeah.
You
looking
only
at
had a protocol droid.
picture frames.
Yeah, I'm actually going to look at the keypad and see if I can't do the old MacGyver and look for fingerprints or anything like that.
Look for fingerprints.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's roll a perception roll
Just
on it
straight
then.
perception.
I'll make it
Investigate.
search, or is there? Do you have any? Yeah, let's do investigate.
11 and a 1 on the wild die.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
You don't find anything. No complication yet. You guys are searching the rooms
Yep.
for clues, I guess, to the code to the. You see like a hollow photo, and it says Ander Sunrider. Andur,
All right, I'll
Andur.
type that in, see if that works.
That works. Okay.
I'll start reading
Sorry,
it
this might
off
get.
to everybody.
All right. You're reading it off. Intro. Renvar. Entry 1. Journal of Vima Sunrider. Hyperspace. Hagen's ship is loud, smells of oil, and every jump into hyperspace makes the hull groan. I can't sleep, so I write. I'm on my way to Renvar to find Ulik Keldorma. When I was little, I remember Ulik's voice filling our campfires with laughter. I remember Master Arca, tall and steady, and his hand warm and on my shoulder when I stumbled. They were there when Mother was still learning her path as a Jedi. I thought of them both as a father in different ways. Protector, teacher, steady hands, where my real father should have been. But then the stories came. Ulik leading Sith armies, Ulik killing Kay, his own brother, Ulik being cut off from the force by my mother's own hand. I was too young to understand how the man who once lifted me high above his head, spinning me around until I squealed, could also become the monster whispered about in council chambers. Now I'm going to see him again, and I don't know which man I will find. Entry 2. The cold here is like nothing I've ever known. The wind shrieks across the endless white, and the silence fills the heavier than stone. When I saw Ulik, he turned away at first. His voice was quiet, weary. You should not have come, child. But I would not leave, and he did not send me away. Entry 3. Training begins. He watches as I practice saber forms. His eyes miss nothing, even though the force no longer flows through him. He corrects my stance, my balance, with my patient words. I see the sorrow behind the calm. He carries it everywhere, like armor he can't remove. But he teaches me anyway. That night I dreamed. The dream. Okay. I saw Mother standing before Ulik, his saber raised. Her eyes were sorrowful, her voice heavy, and when her blade struck, I felt it too. I screamed, ripping through the I, like a scream ripping through the force. He collapsed, hollow, severed. I woke gasping, clutching at my own connection to the force, terrified it would be gone, and I never wanted to feel that emptiness again. Shadows of Arca. Today I spoke with Ulik of Master Arca. He said Arca was the truest Jedi he had ever known, the one who believed in him the most. His voice trembled as he turned away before saying more. I remember Master Arca too, though dimly. His smile was gentle, his presence strong. I don't understand how Ulik could lose his way such a master to guide him. Sorry, I don't understand how Ulik could lose his way with such a master to guide him. The thought frightens me. If Ulik could fall, anyone could fall. That night, the dream came again. Always the same dream, Mother severing him, his cry echoing in my bones. The dream changes. Okay, tonight the dream was different. At first, Mother struck at Ulik, but then she turned her gaze to me. Her eyes were colder than space, filled with judgment. She raised her saber, and I felt the force slipping away, hollow, abandoning me. I woke shivering with the memory of what once I did, stealing with memories of what once I did, stealing a ship, nearly crashing into a sun. I only watched my mother. I only wanted my mother's attention, but instead, I was sent away, left in the cares of others. The rejection burdened worse than the fear of death. I don't know why the dream shows me this. I feel like I skipped something, but we'll see. Today, during training, I fell on the ice and and cursed in frustration. Ulik sat quietly and said, "Anger is quick; it comes easily, but it binds. I know it because it binded me." I told him about the dream, how Mother judged me, how the force vanished, how he looked at me for a long time and said, "The fear is only being severed. The fear of being severed, of being cast out, the fear of being devoured, Vima, or it can teach you humility. You must choose which." For the first time, his words gave me comfort. All right. Ulik laughed today. It startled me. Soft but real, he told me how his master Arca once scolded him for overconfidence, only to end the lesson with a jest that left him both breathless. His eyes glowed with memories, free of shadows, for a brief moment. I think the man I once knew, is still within him, waiting. Okay. Nightmare. Okay. The dream was different tonight. I stood in a great chamber filled with shelves of books and glowing holocrons. The light flickered across the broken stones, and the center lay a body, mangled still, K. Keldroma. Ulik there with his face hollow, his hands trembling with blood that would not wash away. I stepped closer, and my hand blazed with a lightsaber, mother's saber, its teal blade burning with judgment. Ulik looked up at me, his eyes filled with despair. I raised a weapon, and the dream ended. I woke. I woke with a cold taste of bile in my throat. I never feared like that before. Okay. I confronted Ulik today and asked him about the dream, about Kay, about why it happened. For a long time, he said nothing. Then slowly the words came. He told me his arrogance was his undoing. He believed he could infiltrate the Krath and resist them. His pride, not the Sith alchemy, drew him deeper into the dark side with every step. On Ossus, Kay pleaded with him to stop and return to the light. Ulik raised his blade anyway. He didn't see it clearly until it was too late, until Kay's body lay dead before him. His voice crackled as when he said he wished then for a quick death at Mother's hand, but instead of release, he was severed from the Force. That was the greatest punishment, he whispered. To live without it, to feel nothing but the weight of my sins. I did not know what to say. His eyes looked up at me, not with defense or denial, but with a kind of weary surrender. For the first time, I understood the nightmare wasn't just fear, wasn't memory. It was memory echoing through him, through me. Okay, 12, breaking the silence. I told Ulik today the dreams of fear of rejection, the memory of stealing the ship. He listened without judgment. When I finished, he said, "You carry a wound that no lightsaber left, but wounds can heal if you let them. Do not fear your mother's shadow. Find your own light." For the first time, I believed in him. This is the last entry. Sorry, it's kind of getting long. Today we carved in the hill the shapes. Today we carved in the hill. I shaped the face, Father's face, through hollow images, are faded and blurred. The hollow images are faded and blurred. I wanted him to be here, more than a memory slipping away. Besides me, Ulik carved his brother's face. His hands trembled, but he did not falter when stepped back. There was peace in his eyes. Now the ice holds them both, Father, for whom I never knew, and Kay, for whom Ulik could never forget. And that's it.
Oh yeah.
You
I
guys there?
was just I muted because of the dog. Interesting.
Okay. All right. So yeah, just summarizing, it's Vima Selvenrider. She's a young Jedi. This is kind of a time before like the stories of the later Jedi, where it's like you just find random orphans. So parents, in many cases, would teach their children. Her father died when she was young. Her mother was a Jedi under training with Arca Jeth and Ula Kaldroma. Ula Kaldroma turned to the dark side. Most of you kind of know some of the stories, particularly Shadow. I think his character did pass a knowledge roll. And of course, Vima becomes a very important Jedi involved in the Republic and never had time to teach her daughter, so she ran off to learn how to be a Jedi from Ulik, who only came back from the dark side, from at least from what you can glean from the text. Most people just kind of thought he didn't know much about this part of the story, but now you're gleaning from the text that he actually had a turn back to the light, but only after he kills his brother and saw what was going on. And he exiled himself to this planet.
And it was 11 on the knowledge roll. No, nothing special.
Yeah, nothing special. But yeah, you would know. But from what you like, you knew the Sith Wars. You know the name Ulik. He was one of the basically a Jedi that turned bad, and you would know the name Vima. I mean, not Vima. Nomi. Nomi would be the mother. You wouldn't know. You would not know who Vima was, but from this you can glean that the name Sunrider, that she is Vima Sun Rider's daughter.
Put the data pad back in my pocket. Looks like
There are additional entries, and I won't read them out, but I'll
Okay.
email them to you. There are entries. There are entries marked as training logs.
Cool.
One of them is, I'm just going to paraphrase it because I don't want to make the show go to a halt here. The training logs are, so Oleg is teaching her how to create a lightsaber first. So, and they start talking about crystals, and he's like, "We got to find you a crystal. We could maybe make one out of like a synthetic one and infuse it with the Force." But he did hear of a particular orange crystal that is from this planet, but it is a crystal only attuned to lightsiders. And if you do go to the dark side, this crystal will basically abandon you. But he's basically so in the journal you will see here he writes about certain caves that aren't too far from here that will have these crystals. But fortunately for Ulik, they don't have to go into these caves because Vima had her father's lightsaber crystal with her. And then there is addition. So for the game mechanic, this will give you, if you study these journals, you will learn lightsaber
Cool. I will do
crafting.
so when I have the spare
So
time.
and the other thing is, so now you also know the location of some crystals. They might not work for you because we do consider that you have one dark side point already. It might be valuable to sell.
Your trade.
Yeah. The other thing would be there is also about doing the first lightsaber form Sincho is also on the pad. So once your character has enough time to study them, since we kind of had a week here and a week back, I guess we'll have probably by the next session. By the time you guys, let's say if you're heading back to the Zen Paralia or Ossus or something, you should have enough time to at least study one or two of these items.
Cool. Well, let's go check out the ruins, guys.
All right.
Okay.
Do you guys want to stop here or want to go somewhere?
I got time. It's up to you guys.
It's
I can
It's
pass
all
along.
George.
So I assume that Ackerman
let's
was
see.
kind of like cerebrally doing his thing, reading that pad while I was in the room or in the ruins looking for other things because he probably wasn't reading it up to me.
Okay.
Letty's just been trying to put whatever he
Alright,
finds
so,
of value from the crates.
All right. From what you see here, it's just a lot of stone ruins. They've been picked over. They are very, very old. You can kind of infer from the caves that he talks about in the one journal. If you go deeper, like from these ruins, you can access them at a lower level.
So we don't have to climb the mountain to get in the main entrance.
No, you'll be within kind of somewhere like a kind of like a mine or something.
Catacombs.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't have much if you guys want, I can try to make something right now on the fly, or I can put something together for next week.
What you want next week, unless
I'm okay.
We don't want to
it's-
rush you into it, like
yeah.
Right. Yeah, no, yeah, but I don't want to keep you guys here on Renvar. I feel like Renvar's kind of been a like a
It doesn't bother me one way or the other. I don't know what
But
a primary quest is, to be honest.
it was to retrieve the data.
Do you guys want to look for those crystals?
Well, obviously, but like you said, if they're going to reject me, finding them is fine and whatnot, but they're not going to do.
You don't
me a
want to
whole
be in
lot
a
of good.
function that would have you as a member.
Thank you, Woody.
The way a Sith would think is, let's get that to deprive a good guy who's going to fight me from getting it down the road.
Yeah.
All right.
That's just my thoughts.
Let's see, or like blow up the
or
cave,
or just you know, maybe find them and find somebody who's willing to trade for a dark
Oh,
side crystal, and then kill them after I get the dark side crystal.
this is what I did. He does, and I will send you the file. He does mention that the Krath and the Sith have, well, the ancient Sith had a way to corrupt
Oh,
this
okay, even
crystal.
better.
It was something. So I should maybe. Oh, I'll send you guys the stuff. I don't know. I may. I gotta. It's hard to get all this information. Like, it's very info dumpy, but it's hard to get a lot of this information
No worries, man.
to you guys. I'm sorry. It was probably a lot of. So let's see. Yeah, I mean, I'm not just like adding it just because I thought of it on the fly, but it was actually literally something I thought of
We're not going
when
to judge
writing
you if you had
this.
something on the fly either. The key with DMing is to keep us in the dark. Do whatever you do,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
we just assume it came from the heavens.
From the mind of George.
Yep. Mind of Minolta? Is that how it goes?
And a little chat GPT too.
It's all good.
All right. So yeah, so there is that. Now we'll eventually try to find some. We'll work something into that as a thing, as a possible thing there. A little, the first hook. That's the hook that you could corrupt that crystal if you get it, and it's a notoriously powerful one. And it actually is in the though they don't talk about it being corrupted, but it is actually in lore that this is a lightsaber crystal that's from Renvar.
Nice.
And a lot of this stuff is also lore, though I changed one thing. The in the comic book, the carvings are of the girl's father and the Master Archijeth, because they don't really talk much about Kay in the comic books, but it seems to make more sense that he's carving Kay's face in. And also, this is a lesson for Shadow. You cannot go too dark in the dark, too far into the dark side without being able to come back.
Okay.
Always a
There
road
is
to
redemption. That's the Star
Isn't
Wars
it, though?
story.
And it always involves death.
I'm beginning.
Sacrifice. Because you have
Right.
to sacrifice, not free.
So I could I stop it here because I assume that she's not going to be writing the journal from here on, because her mother actually comes and gets her, and things happen in the books. If
No,
you guys
don't
want me to
spoil it.
spoil it,
No,
or
no,
not,
no,
I don't
no,
know.
no. I got a bunch of Star Wars comic books just for this, and I want to read them, but
Yeah.
unfortunately,
This one's called Tale of the Jedi.
Okay.
So
Redemption.
I was listening to Brandon
And,
Sanderson. He
yeah,
says a non-trivial portion of your readers will immediately skip to the back and enjoy your book more by knowing how it ends. I thought that was funny. There's enough people out there that don't mind the ending being spoiled, because once it's spoiled, then they're like, oh, I can sit back and enjoy the book now. They don't.
have you ever come across a book that was missing the last page?
No.
I literally have, and those people get a special, really toasty or ice cold place in hell.
Wait a minute. I'll do Highline books count? Because he just like stops writing. He just like he gets bored. And
No,
like,
no,
oh.
those don't count.
Okay, because it
Those
always
don't
feels
count.
like
I
that.
literally
Like,
come across, like, I want to say 2 or 3 times the last page was missing.
Brutal.
you mean the acknowledgement? That's,
No, literally.
I don't know who does
freaking
that.
page.
That's just. But you know what? You buy a
That's
lot more used
chaotic
books than
evil
I
at
do.
its finest.
Yeah.
I know, but you buy a lot more used books than I do. I tend not to go that often for used books.
I love them. I'm going through my Conan Gnome Press books, and one of them, I kid you not, it's so old the pages are brown. They're not.
Yeah.
I mean, they're brown.
No. Yeah. Well, hardbacks are different. Hardbacks, I don't mind getting stuff, but for the old
These
soft
are
stuff-
hardbacks. These
Oh,
are.
I know. You've been showing them. That's why when you were
They're
talking about, the Frost Giant's daughter, and I said, oh, and I showed you the Gods of the North, which was the original. The Frost Giant daughter wasn't printed until after he died, which was his original manuscript, but no one wanted to buy it, so he changed the Gods of the North and sold it to a competitor. That's why it's like it's Aman, not Conan. I just thought that was kind of fun because apparently Conan was held by Weird Tales, and so to sell his stuff, he had to change the name.
I really want to get a hold of the early, like the X-Wing series. But I found out that the first several, I think, are out of print. Like the actual Rogue Squadron ones.
Yeah.
They have the Wraith Squadron ones and Legends, but they don't have the originals. Like I read them ages ago when they were first coming out.
Just make a search on eBay, save it.
I'll have to buy it there, yeah, on eBay. But I never find books in the condition I kept my books in. I treated my books like comic books. Like I treated everything in print like a comic book. And I hate spending the prices for things that people, the way they treated things. It's almost like I don't want to reward them for treating a book that bad. I don't want to buy it from them.
Well, you know what though is I agree with you, but I also remember being a kid. Is I treated comic books like comic books. Like it was a book I read and I enjoyed, and I used it numerous times, and it fell apart. And in the various moves that we did, it got torn. I was not a collector in any means. So.
Oh, I'm a collector.
I know, but I'm just saying that I treat it like it was a kid, and I had it. And I was like, oh, okay, and treat it like a kid would.
Yeah.
And now that said, is when it came to hardback books, I was real particular on that crap because they were more expensive and they were harder to get. And
yeah, I'm slowly but surely converting all of my paperbacks to hardbacks. Getting it's going to be hard, but seeing like with these Conan books, it made me realize just how well mind you the slipcovers are crap. They're you look if I look at them, I can see them peeling. But seeing these Conan books and these Conan books were not really made. They were kind of cheap. Cheaply made and whatnot. But
cheap paper.
But they've held up for over 75 years, and they could easily last another 40, 50 years, maybe. I don't know. And I've got books here on my shelf. I've got my original complete works of Edgar Allan Poe. It was my dad's, and it was the very first book I read. I read it when I graduated kindergarten. My dad said, "Here, read. You big graduate. You here, try reading this." And I did, and I've still got it, and I've had it, 54 years now. It's still got easily another 50 years in it. Whereas I've got paperbacks that were printed 10 years ago that are, they're crap. They're just one more read and they're done. They're going in the bin.
Well, the old stuff that I have that I bought from the 80s, which was at the time they were like $4.25, which were my Tarzan and Edgar Rice Burroughs and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I do like listening sometimes to history. So I've been listening to Brandon Sanderson on his how to be a fantasy author kind of thing, and he was explaining about at the time hardback books only were like these are the cultured books. These are the people that have lots of money. And whereas the serials, which is what almost all sci-fi and science fiction came from, those all went to soft covers. And yes, they did have a few hard covers out there, but they weren't being done at the same level. It's funny because it's a class thing, and that's why you see the books being torn apart. Because the people who bought Conan and everything else were of a lower class than the people who bought or
the higher end stuff.
Odyssey, the Odyssey and the Iliad. Well, it's the same thing you see now with the difference between collector's editions and the regular books. And I'm like, that's fine. I don't mind having both, but I will say this much: as things are getting out of copyright, it's kind of nice that I can just go and read them on an iPad or on the computer or anything else. That I was just looking, and I think all of Edgar Rice Burroughs. The John Carter, Mars series, those are all now in public domain.
Yeah, I was looking at getting a little set of them, like off eBay or something, or not off eBay, but Amazon, just like a new set.
Well, you know what? For a while,
Only
if
seen
you
the
had an
movie.
Audible subscription, you could just listen to him for free. Well, on the premium. And I was like, and I got through. Well, I listened to the first three, and what amazed me was, and I just have to laugh, is I look at the writing nowadays, and I look at the writing that was there, and when I say it was a high class and low class, the level of writing was much higher than what you see now in
Oh yeah,
most writing.
the prose is way better. People's
Yep.
knowledge of the English language is way better.
I mean, even R.E.H. Howard. You look at him. R.E.H. Howard was what in Lubbock. It wasn't. He was not from a high class family. He wasn't from a lot of this stuff. And you're like he was still well read and well written. Um,
And that's
No,
what
I
allowed
just
him to
think it was
like
funny. It's
jump
the
into
whole
the
reason that he came
popular
up with
fiction. Really,
his
rest of it.
Hyborian realm, and
Right.
you know he started renaming things is because he got tired of people correcting him for his history. So he's like, okay, this is just an alternate history, and now you can't get me on my exact facts. That was-
I came across a I guess it was a science fiction book club or a book club edition of a book that as far as I could tell, there's no other hardback version. So I'm gonna have to start going through uh, those kind of books. Even though they weren't like you know they're essentially reprints from later on down the road.
Looks like
That's
you're holding a probe, George.
yeah.
that still makes them viable
Beep
for another
beep beep
like
beep.
100 years. So uh,
I,
they may not be the original format or whatever. Sometimes they mean that may be the first printing of them. But I picked up Hyro's Journey, book 1 and 2, and
I couldn't find Hero. Well, I guess it's Heroes. I couldn't find Heroes Journey Part One for sale. And I don't mean on eBay and stuff because look, if I want to buy something, I want to get it within a day or two. I don't want to have to wait like 3 weeks, depending on what the seller wants to do. But like,
well, what I do is I've gotten really good at uh, making sure I order from somebody who's only like a state or two away, instead
Yeah,
of ordering from like New York or Canada or something like that. And in this case, the hardcover I got was literally in California. It was here in a couple of days. Amazon. I won't buy books from Amazon unless I have no other choice, because that's like one of the most expensive places to buy books now.
well, yeah, well, some of it is when you're talking about things is it's not that I mind against Amazon because I get it delivered quickly.
Oh,
I get it
I order
delivered
from
like,
Amazon all the time, but when
oh
it
yeah,
comes
but
to books or games or things like that, I can always find it cheaper
well,
somewhere else.
again, you look at the secondary market. I tend to just look at the primary market. It's hard
Yeah.
to find stuff on it. So that it's that or Barnes and Noble, and they're pretty much
Ah,
identical. Um,
I haven't been in a Barnes and Noble in, oh my God, it's been over 20 years.
Well, yeah, but my whole point is that pretty much is if I want a new book, which a lot of times I want because I don't know, like you said, is I've gotten some of the old books back there and I look at them, and even if they're somewhat well maintained, they're still aged. A lot of
Mhm.
them, like how you had your other books, and like, look, if I want to get it, I'm going to get those. And then some of it is I buy the collections. So like my oh, what was it called? The Michael Moorcock stuff.
yeah, we're,
Three editions where they're all collected together. I'm not buying the individual books. I'm buying the compendium basically of all of his writings
yeah. He
for
did a lot of stuff beyond
Elric.
Elric. It's almost
Yeah,
like
I
Elric's
mean,
the minority of it.
yeah, but I mean, you start
I
look.
honestly thought Count Brass had more,
I'm not sure.
I
because
mean,
I remember for a while that's all that he was doing was just pumping out Count Brass books for like a good part of the 80s and 90s.
I mean, this is what I guess this is probably about 1,500 pages
Mhm.
just on the Elric stuff.
I've got the Sci-Fi Book Club 2 book version that goes all the way up to, I guess, Bane of the Black Sword.
Yeah,
Uh,
but this is all done in order, which I guess helps. But like this one. This is the one you haven't read because you stopped at Stormbringer.
Nice
Okay.
art.
And like, no, this is the one. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the original art from Michael Whalen. But,
Yeah.
but you know, this used to be
Isn't
what
that the artist
probably
that did
6
the
or
Wizard
7
First
books.
Rule and all that?
Yeah, this used to be like 6 or 7 books, I guess, or 3 books, or whatever it is.
It was
And-
6.
What for all 3 of these? Yeah. But I'm saying, but this one you've never read, which is
Yeah,
where he
because
starts-
Elric died.
sorta. No, Elric didn't die. Elric died in that plane. Yeah, no,
Spoilers.
Elric didn't die in that. Elric
Storm-
only died in that
Stormbringer
plane.
is, almost older than I am. So yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but this is what I'm saying. This is where he has to fight against Law. The first 2 were him fighting against Chaos.
I thought he was the
He
Chaos
was,
champion.
but then all of a sudden he, but what I'm telling you is that on the 3rd series of books, which gets weird, he now has to fight against the forces of Law, not the forces of Chaos.
Well, when you live long enough as a
Oh.
chaos barbarian or whatever it is you're saying, you eventually hit your hero streak.
Well, this is what some of it comes down to, is that it gives it, it's an alternate version of Elric, and it includes his children and stuff, and like descendants. There's some other weird stuff in there.
So when was that latter era written?
These?
Yeah,
see.
those after Stormbringer. When were those written?
Let's see. I'm just looking at them. 2001 to 2013.
Okay, that explains a lot.
That's what I'm trying to say. Is he just kept, he
He
kept
needed
going
money.
with it, but it was Return of the Thin White Duke, The Dream Thief's Daughter.
What, dude?
He needed
Yeah.
money.
It's like
The
that's the Tom
Skraeling
Petty.
Tree.
The Tom Petty.
And The White Wolf's Son.
Little boy blue. He needed the money.
Yeah, well, no, that's what a lot of them do. But this is like
Mark,
700.
Andrew Dice Clay, Mark Dice.
Didn't expect that.
But that's what I'm trying to say is, a lot of times when we look at stuff, I'm like, well, okay, why would I
Hold
want
on
to
a
buy
second.
the
I think I just got a
individual book?
delivery. Hold on a
Yeah,
second.
but-
I'll be right back.
I'm like,
Yeah.
why do I want to buy the individual books when I can buy the what do you want to call the anthology or whatever? Yeah, it's like, yeah, just give me all of them at once. Yeah, I mean, there's some books I need to go through that are, I have a lot of just history and other books I need to get through. And some of them I bought from like the Oxford, Amazon sold them to the Oxford Press. I was like,
That's
"Okay."
why little booger was barking.
What happened? You got delivered?
I'll show you. You'll get a kick out of this, Owen. Provided I don't ruin it by opening it.
Unboxing
yeah.
live.
It's funny. I ordered a. It's not really funny, but I ordered the omnibus of Conan, the Marvel years.
Yeah.
Not the Savage Sword or Cull, and I ordered it from a guy in California, and they shipped it to Texas, and it'll be here Monday. But like I said, Omen, you'll get a kick out of this if you recognize it. If you don't, I'll be
Let's see.
highly.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That's sick. That is sick. That was a premium comic back when I was like, when I
Tell me
discovered
about
that, I was about 7 or 8. And I was just
I
like,
just got-
whoa,
I think
where's
it was
this guy's
80,
cartoon? I'm like,
it was 81 or 82. I think I
Mike
discovered.
Grell was the shit, and
Oh,
the,
yeah.
the omnibus is coming out in like November. You could pre-order it, but I'll just wait. When it comes out,
Sure.
I'm all in.
I am.
there
No,
was
I,
never, didn't seem to ever be an ugly chick in that series.
No, it wasn't allowed. It was
Oh,
not
just
allowed.
like,
well, this was, but that was a classic one. The same thing applied to Conan. Unless it was an old crone or something.
True.
But
they were
that
evil.
was the.
The ugly
let's
ones
be
are
honest.
always evil.
Well, let's be honest. Well, I'm not saying they were always
Or there
evil.
was like a wicked-eyed evil one kind of thing.
Well,
Because
it was
Nutcris
either an
somehow.
old kindly woman or, like you said, it was an evil witch or something.
Yeah.
But it's the usual crone. But there was that one. But that's what Sword and Sarah, Sword and Sorcery was
Mhm.
all of that. It doesn't matter whether you look at Tarzan, anything done by Edgar Rice Burroughs, R.E.H. Howard. They all followed the same trope for that, and it wasn't until this body positivity
Yeah, this the Warlord was
movement.
possibly like one of the very last, true sword and sorcery pieces of literature, however you want to classify it, that
Yep.
I'm aware of. Somebody may have come along and done something, but I mean,
Well,
It managed to
Conan, I
it
think, still
managed to
went
escape
past
the
it.
70s. It
Yeah.
managed to escape the 70s and get into the 80s somehow.
yeah,
Warlord,
Well,
right?
no, I mean, the problem I had with
The
Warlord
holdover.
was it did fine, and then Mike Grell left, I guess, to do Hawkman, which basically was Warlord, but hey, I'm going to put him in the DC universe, but with a bow. But anyway, I could tell when they took him off of the writing and things.
yeah.
Um,
Didn't he come back for a miniseries afterwards?
I don't doubt it. But I think when they were interviewing him, they put him on other things that were out there, and I read the last. I think I stopped reading it, because I was showing you that website that had each of the all of them.
Yeah,
You
yeah. I
know,
still got it. I still go through it every once in a while, but um,
right
I
around
heard the
one.
omnibus is coming out, and I'm like,
I knew it.
cool.
Yeah, he did Green Arrow, the Longbow Hunters. That was the other big thing. He
Oh
was
yeah, that. Oh my god,
yeah.
that's one of the most expensive
Yeah.
omnibuses out there. I
My
got my eye out for that one as well because I never read it. I could get the soft cover, real cheap, but I'm
Mhm.
like, I'm looking at my shelf of ever expanding omnibuses, and I'm like, yeah, I want the hardcover. I want Jackie to be able to come across and go, "Oh, this is some cool ass shit." The
Oh
other
yeah.
thing I loved about the Warlord comic book was it always had other stories in it. It was very similar to like the old magazines, where it
Mhm.
wouldn't just be one story. It would have, I think, Orion and a one man army, and I forget that other guy. Maybe that was Orion from Atlantis. Which is a whole other thing. And I'm like,
It was
They,
good
going
they, they,
back.
fun.
they, yeah, it was. He had enough for like 2/3, and then that 1/3 was having other, I guess, artists or something come
Yep.
in, and he would have. But I looked at, but you know what I
What's up,
really
Kyle?
loved? What I loved was the first book or two, the first page or two, where it
Mhm.
always came in and said, "You always had to be careful," and there was a big action scene right there
Yeah,
with the first,
it
where
was a
they'd always have the
very
monster popping out or something
that
out
was
of
a very
protect.
savage sort of Conan magazine thing that they borrowed, which was yeah the double page spread. Those
Yep,
were freaking because that's I literally did that with my Wednesday Savage Sword game. I'm like, all right, we're going to end it right here with the 2-page spread of the bandits attacking. Left it with the cliffhanger, and I thought it was
but he didn't do it at the end. He
It was
did it at the
awesome.
beginning. The
no,
first 2 pages in
well
there.
yeah that meant that was the
Yeah,
opening
yep,
for
I know.
but
It's it was, but that's the thing that inspired me as a child. And then, of course, the Michael Whalen paintings for which I
like
found
a
the
bunch
Edgar
of
Rice
stuff.
Burroughs stuff. Which one?
Yeah.
Well, he did the Elric, he did the John Carter of Mars, and he did something else, I think, but I
He
can't
did a
remember what.
lot of stuff. He did some of the stuff for Brandon Sanderson, who was joking that my only goal is to get something big enough that I can get a Michael Whalen, cover.
Uh-huh.
Didn't
And
he
I
do that
saw
really cool one with the dragon on like the bridge and right in
Oh, you know
front,
what? I
like
think he might have
capsule with
done.
like a
He
knight
might have done
sword
the
out kind of
Dragon Riders of Pern.
he did. He did some of
Okay.
those too. Um,
I've never read those. I've got a bunch of them now, like 1 through 5. I got for 50 cents each at my local library. Because I used to
yeah.
have the White Dragon and I never read it, and I don't know whatever happened to it. And then I was at the library. I go to the library like once a year because we're doing a thing with Jackie, and it's there. And I'm always like, "Hurry up! Open, open, open!" I go in there, grab a crap ton of books, and I picked up 1 through 5 or 6 of the Dragon Riders of Pern. I picked up a bunch of the Raymond A. Feast books. I picked up a a number one, a first printing of James Bond Doctor No in freaking gorgeous freaking condition, like a 1950s or 60s version, just immaculate. I'm just like, wow. I I, I I gotta come back to the library more often because
Yeah, our library every so often they do the either they're putting them out there for sale or just take them, because they have to cycle through books every so often. Um, Unfortunately, they don't have some of the older books. Where my son goes to for his D&D games, they got rid of a lot of westerns. Where he was,
oh, I would scoop those up in a heartbeat. Oh my god.
they just weren't my thing. They're just not my thing. But no, I was while he was doing D&D, I was helping out because I had nothing better to do. Like, hey, I just saw a group going there and they were cutting off all of the
Covers?
where they put all the plastic on there
No.
on the backs, for that, because they were getting rid of all these books. I was like, oh, that's cool. But you're right. It's um, I should use our library more. I don't even have a library card, even though I live here, and I go to the library at least. I probably go to the library about once every 2 months or so,
Re- uh,
because
I don't know if it's coming up or if we just had it. I guess we probably just had it during the summer. But Jackie, with the JROTC, they have a car show at this park, and every year he volunteers for that. And they got a bunch of booths and stuff for different things, including recruitment. And they've got the Young Marines and the JROTC guys all doing stuff. And every single time. It's been this, I guess, three times now. This next upcoming year, I guess, will be the fourth. Maybe not because he'll be graduated. So maybe he's done. We've done four car shows, uh, and every single time I pick up at least a handful of books. And of course, the wife's always like, she hasn't read a book in the entire time we've been together. I know. I think she read the Bill Clinton book, or the Princess Diana book in the 20 years I've known her. And I'm like, I can't imagine not reading a book like
so the
every couple
books.
of days. Like
So the book that I'm reading right now, or the Dungeon Crawl Carl.
huh.
Yeah, you showed us
Um,
that before, yeah.
those just came out like a couple years ago. I mean, they're real new, and the
Yeah, a
whole
lot of
point.
people were talking about it.
I
Hey,
so I bought the first.
Connell,
I
you
bought
want the
the
link?
Oh, for what? Oh, I bought the first one, and then I said, you know what? And I've read that in 24 hours, which is like 350 pages. I
Okay.
was like, okay. And now I'm on the second one, and I got it. I read in about 3 hours. I got through probably about 140, 150 pages. I was like, all right. Most of the time, I can read about 100 pages and I just stop in a book, which is terrible. And then I'll buy another book. But it's, um,
Well, I wouldn't be able
and
to
I'm
do
not
that.
including RPGs. This is not
I,
RPGs. These are just, I have a lot of history books and stuff like that, which I enjoy. Um, I I say enjoy them. I like looking through them. I flip through them a bit. I get a little bit more information. Things like the Amazon, the whatever it is, which everyone ignored, which amazed me is they would complain. They were talking about all these structures and all of these civilizations in the Amazon in the 1500s, and people ignored it for what 400 years, almost 500 years. It's ridiculous. So yeah, no, I mean there's just a lot. That's anyway. I've enjoyed the Dungeon Crawl Carl. They're pretty good. I got all of the hardback books, and a lot of times I like buying the hardback, and then I'll just give them. Not that I quite give them away, but I'm like, here, hand them off to my friends to read, and it's they're just things to share, if nothing else. And if I never get them back, I'm okay with that. I still owe my friends some things back
Which
too.
one's that?
So
Is that the book where the dungeon was like alive?
Dungeon Crawl Carl is basically, how do I want to put this? Is everyone in the structure died? Everyone outside was then put into a game almost like the Hunger Games meets the Running Man, um, and it's
Hmm.
all part of an international television show. And, and so and then it has loot boxes. So every time you do like an achievement, they'll give you some kind of loot box. And then if you get sponsors, very similar to the Hunger Games, they'll give you more loot boxes. And then if you do really well, they'll put you on television and interview you in between the dungeon levels. In the meantime, apparently in the background, they're having like an intergalactic competition on who does what. It's it's completely ridiculous because the main character's name, of course, is Carl, and he is the henchman, basically, or the bodyguard of his pet cat, Princess Donut. Uh,
Okay.
yeah, it is ridiculous and humorous and gory, and yeah, they're fun books. That's all I can say right now. It's so if you find them at the library, I recommend reading them. And apparently, they're going to do a graphic novel of it at some point, which is what I always get from my son.
I
He
thought
won't
it
read.
was a graphic novel.
No, they're going to be turning it into a graphic novel.
Okay.
No, my son, like Neil Gaiman's Norse mythology. They turned all those into graphic novels, and I bought those for my son.
I can't stand Neil Gaiman.
Doesn't matter whether you can stand him or not. The point is, if he's a good writer,
Well,
I
is
don't like him either.
yeah, but his Norse mythology was actually pretty good, and so they did the.
Pile on to that.
Yeah, I think yeah, some of these like writers are like horrible. The older ones, you know, even Stephen King, they had some talent.
Yeah.
So but like then the younger ones with the same ideology, they
Well,
just kind of
Stephen
like,
King has talent
oh,
for
it's
getting
all about
himself
the
into trouble
ideology.
online. He just got him using
I know.
hot water
Yeah.
here in the last couple of days.
We
yeah, I heard
backed
about
off on
that.
it too.
Well, you're damn right.
He's
Jesus
a
Christ.
Oh,
Too
so,
hot
yeah.
for his
What does
ass.
an apology do, though? I apologize. Okay, well, are you like, I don't know, like sending money to his kid, you know, Charlie Kirk's kids? Are you going to go take a deep look at yourself and say, well, the kind of things I said about Charlie Kirk, I said about Donald Trump and this other
I
guy
don't
and this
know.
other guy?
These guys, the
No,
problem,
he's
Good
not.
let's be
response
honest,
to
is
him, yeah.
they all get sucked up into the same group and they all freak out. And you're like,
And they're all going to burn in the same place.
I really don't care because it's not like I listen to Stephen King or any of these other people for their opinions because it's just like movie actors. Like
Yeah.
you tend to be some of the stupidest people on the earth when it comes to like real world stuff.
I'm
Because
more concerned with who buys them
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
operates them like a puppet and puts the words in
Oh.
their mouths for money.
yeah,
I'm
I'll
more
tell you-
interested in that. And what's the agenda of that? But anyhow,
well,
Change the
here's what gets me is look
I
at
like-
Jason,
yeah.
or was it Justin Alexander, which I interacted with for some things, but it was so funny because, when they're talking about getting rid of, well, we're not going to like cause species, the whole thing with D&D. Oh, instead of giving bonuses for whatever your species is or your race, we're going to just give you, you can move them around. And it was like,
Mhm.
what about giants? And he's like,
they didn't
I'll
need
give
to
you those
fix any of
brain
that. They just needed to issue out a new, more polished system graphically, and then have a media rollout and just do the same thing over,
Mhm.
like because it
Which
works, and keep all the
I
other
think,
stuff out of
yeah.
it. Just keep the game
Oh, I know.
pure.
What I'm referring to is Justin Alexander was trying to
Roll
support
into a
the
video
stuff,
game
but
launch.
he was the one going off about
Who's
people
Justin
not getting
Alexander?
vaccinated at the time,
Oh yeah,
and
he's
then he
terrible.
went off about Charlie Kirk. I mean, just of all the things you want to do is you want to yell and you want to defame him. I said you don't have to like the guy, but let's be honest, he did go out trying to talk to other people, which is what these people should be doing.
We're
Instead
still on
they
They
look
live
at
can't.
little.
They
Yeah.
can't.
So
They've
I don't want
lost.
to
It
put
might-
too much opinions out here.
Yeah.
This might seem like a silly thing, like a minor thing, but I think that whole, what is it, New York Times versus Sullivan, where basically if you're
Yeah.
famous enough, you can't sue nobody about whatever they say about you.
Your public domain.
And like if you're in the public eye, and I think that somebody calls you a Nazi or a guy, oh, you want to, I guess the thing that Stephen King said that he wanted to stone homosexuals. You have no recourse because of that anymore. Like you can't go say, well, I did not say that, and now I'm suing you.
But the
Because
problem
not
is,
every-
like you said, is it's different if you're a private individual versus a public individual. There's a whole different standard. That
Yeah.
said, is you can still get people for libel if, and this is like what happened with, which is is if you say something wrong, you can try making amends to fix it. It's when you double down that you screw yourself. If you say something that's untrue, that's verifiably untrue, and they call you out on it, if you don't correct yourself, then you can get sued, and that's what
And you
happened
look
with
stupid.
yeah.
Right.
But nobody's getting sued for all this
Oh no, they
bullshit
are.
they're saying.
They can. It just takes a while.
Some are,
Well, I
but
mean,
it's just
Trump
like,
won his lawsuit against what was it, ABC News or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because
yeah,
you can, it depends on how badly, and you have to show that you actually had lost, um, like work and things.
yeah,
The, I like I says I like listening to Robert Barnes. People do get hit, and in certain cases, um,
Trump
it's
got
not
hit.
disclosure agreements, and it's not as much money as you think it would be. You
Yeah.
get
Trump got
hit, and
hit
it's
because
like,
he had the whole thing, like his everything is monetized.
yeah,
So like how basically he has like Trump Tower, everything's a brand, right? When he was in
yeah.
business doing that. So you can easily tell if like you're getting attacked and it's affecting your bottom line when all that is in your name.
Well, that's
That's
true,
an
but here's the
advantage.
problem: is
He
when you're
had that.
president,
Yeah.
it's a different standard. On top of that, here's what
Mhm.
pisses me off: is the defense of um, politicians who say things that they know are blatantly false can't be sued for was it slander? It's either libel or slander. It's two different.
I
It's
heard
one of
that.
those two,
It's
because they said,
ridiculous.
"Oh no, they're protected because of this." They're like, "No, you're protected if you're inside of you know doing official duties on the floor, you can say whatever the hell you want. But when you go out in front of the media, that's a whole different thing. Anyway, I really don't care. I'll be honest. You guys are
Yeah.
affected much more by Charlie Kirk than I am. I'm just like, okay, just if you got shot, then you send more people out and you do more of these discussions in front of people. This whole idea of that, well, you have to be careful. No, that's what they want you to do. You go out and you talk to more people and you do the exact same thing over. And you gotta give him credit because he had the balls to go out there. And now you're watching a lot of them, this cancel culture, it's coming back on them. And
Oh
I've
yeah.
seen a bunch of people
Yeah.
getting fired for that. And the difference
Tons.
is there wasn't people aren't burning stuff down, but yeah.
No, but they're running their phones and sending emails and they're
Well,
getting a lot. There's a lot of receipts because of
yep.
nowadays, and everybody knows how to take a screenshot. So it's just like you can just
Well, it gets
rattle off
worse. It
screenshots.
get, yeah, but it gets worse. It's one thing to say, well, he's homophobic. Yeah, but he's not saying he wants you dead. And now you can go over to HR and say, I feel threatened because this person says that anyone that did this, and that's actionable. When you say, I hope they die, I hope that someone shoots them, you can now go over and you can say, I feel threatened by so and so in my office. I mean, and that's
Mhm.
truly actionable. Um, it's not, hey, this person voted Republican, I feel unsafe. It's like, I feel unsafe because this person literally said they want me dead. And now they're really freaking out over that. Boy, that I saw a lot of people like running for the hills.
What's
Uh,
good for the goose is good for the gander.
well, here's the thing: you set the rules, and
You're
now
gonna be
you
a
have to live by them.
douchebag. Yeah.
You,
Live by the sword, die by the sword.
oh yeah, you set those rules, and now and the
Mhm.
the boomer cons. Oh no, well we can't fight that. You weren't winning anything. There's people like Charlie Kirk that were winning. You
Well,
know,
that's why what happened because he almost single handedly won the culture war.
well he and Crowder and there were several of them out
No, yeah,
there. I mean,
Crowder's freaking awesome. I don't care
I
what
mean,
anybody says. I've been
Yeah.
watching that guy for a lot of years, like almost 10 now, and he started out kind of iffy,
yeah.
but with the new you know thing that he's doing with the getting the scoops on the stories, his investigative team is one of the best in the world when it comes to getting the whistleblowers to come to them, with all the information before anybody else.
Well,
I'm really
he
proud
and I mean,
of what he's done.
I mean,
Mhm.
James O'Keefe, Charlie Kirk, Steven Crowder, a lot of them are the ones that were, hey, we'll actually do like the real stuff that you guys used to do in the 60s. And
You
now
mean
you're sort of put,
journalism?
oh, yeah, it's not just journalism. If you look at
Activism.
they used to debate. like
Yeah.
public debates. What was it?
It's
Was
a
it
form of
Gore Vidal
activism.
and
It's a
who
good
was the
one.
other one?
Well, Crowder's the one who started the whole,
Nonviolent.
change my mind.
No, he did. But
Yeah.
my point being is that, I remember watching stuff even in the 70s where they actually had real debates between people. Like if you've ever watched the debates with Milton Friedman and a few of the others,
Debating
what was
was
it,
a
Walter
popular thing.
Williams?
Discourse
Milton
was a popular
Friedman?
thing, my friend.
Yeah, Milton Friedman, the economist.
Oh, okay.
The Milton Friedman, um, Walter Williams, Thomas Sowell, they would actually sit down in a round table and go back and forth with real discussions about things. And they did the same thing in the 60s. And that just disappeared in the 80s and 90s and even the 2000s. And the Republicans,
It was still a thing in the '80s, but yeah, it's definitely. I mean, Jackie's on the debate team, I
yeah,
think now, or his best friend is.
yeah,
But we'll see. We'll see.
yeah, yeah.
Oh,
But I meant like, again, they would actually go out and have these discussions about, well, what does capitalism mean? Now, not crony capitalism, which people are confusing between the two, but what is this? But what was it Gord Vidal and who was the other one? But they would have like real intellectual debates out there, and I noticed that we were getting more and more of that, and that's what has to happen. It's like you just have to be willing to stand up and get shot. I mean, I hate saying this, but if it's going to be a culture war, you have to be willing to put your neck on the line. Otherwise, you're going to lose. Just period. And if you're going to, and you can't do it like the leftists, which the leftists went to violence and they've lost all public support. No one wants to support this whole trans crap anymore.
no,
Uh,
especially with it blowing up everywhere.
yeah,
And
well,
that,
it's
Ruining your youth.
yet again, the shooter was another one of
Yeah,
those people.
well
Sean.
Or
now it's a conspiracy because there was more than one involved.
uh-huh.
It's people said, "Oh, he was a lone shooter." Well, technically he wasn't because he
No,
now
his
has someone
boyfriend
help.
was helping him.
Yep. So now it's a conspiracy, and that makes a big difference. And it's going to be, and here's the other part: is the main media is losing its authority, which is good. I
Well,
just think
at some point, we really have to address the blatant lies that the mainstream media is. I mean, literally, they're saying things that they know to be false, and the next day it's proven that it's false, and there are no repercussions. Why? How is that?
well, there are repercussions. You may not see them now, but
I
look
mean,
at their
literal
ratings.
legal, consequences.
Well, no. I'm talking about, but go look at their ratings. What are their ratings now versus what they were 15 years ago?
Low ratings are still too much of a privilege for them to have
Yep.
for what they've been doing. They
Yeah,
They
need
just
to
have,
but
they have
shut down.
PBMs at airports and
They're
nursing
getting
homes
people
and
killed,
places like that,
literally.
running it all the time for their Nielsen ratings.
but that's yeah. But again, my whole point is that almost no one under 50 listens to them anymore. They've lost their
But
power.
that's no one should be allowed to listen to them or able to listen to them because they've been shut down for literally freaking
Purveyors of
dangerous
lies.
Hey,
lies that are
hey!
getting people killed.
First Amendment. That's fine. You got your First Amendment rights, but guess what? You have so discredited yourselves, which is what's coming down. I even get my mother joking about for the last few years. Oh, I gotta go listen to fake news. At least it's become they've become
They should
laughable.
be able to listen to the news, but there should be a warning in front of stations that have lied. There should be a huge disclaimer that points out all their friggin' shit, however long that marquee scroll needs to go, every time they come back from commercial break.
I look at the
All
well. I'm
those
sorry.
lying stations.
Well,
You know what I
so
mean?
you're in the worst case because yours is actually supported by your government for the
Yeah, yeah.
CBC.
Well, there you go. We're
But
not even allowed to say we hate that up here.
well, you know
Yeah,
what is I hate saying this because I always felt like, hey, I'm not getting like real international news. I was listening to Rebel News, and I'm not saying that they aren't biased either, but I'm like, at least I'm getting a different viewpoint. Um, it just amazes me when you start looking at that and said, okay, I see stuff on actual video. I remember watching Infowars. One thing I liked when they were still allowed on YouTube. Want to talk about being slandered? They were completely slandered for things they did not say. Um, or they misrepresented the whole thing. One thing I liked about them is during YouTube, I watched them go up to Bernie Sanders supporters, stop, talk to them. Like they would go up, shake their hand, talk, let them talk for the full 5 or 10 minutes. They'd shake their hand and say, "Thank you very much." And that gave me a better insight of what was going on around the Democratic Party than anything else, and I don't like the word conservative news. I'm sorry. If you're supporting Israel for all of its crap that it's done in the last 2 years, you're I'm sorry, I just don't trust you at all. I don't like Hamas, but I'm sorry, you don't bomb a friendly country. You know, what should have happened is the United States should have flown up their planes and destroyed Israel before they attacked Qatar, and just said, "You don't attack an ally of ours." Um, no, I mean I'm being honest. Is
You better be careful. You're gonna end up on a list, man.
Yeah.
But no, I'm being honest. No, you don't try dragging us into a fucking war that we don't pick. Someone should have come over there and said, "Guess what, Netanyahu, which by the way you only have 17% approval rating," this is what I wish Trump would do: is he get out in front and say, "Hey, you know what? I support Israel, but I don't support Netanyahu, and Israel will receive no support until Netanyahu is removed." Watch what the Israelis do at that point. Watch them
Yeah,
freak out.
he would be dead within 24 hours.
So what?
There was politics going on over in Israel that most people don't know about. There was
Yeah.
almost like a popular civil war revolution against Netanyahu. There's like a whole thing that was going on before all this stuff happened recently.
Yeah, Netanyahu.
Like
What
he
happened was
barely held on to power by having a crisis.
Netanyahu
Over
has like a 17% approval rating, and what happened was is that the
and don't read into what I said there. I'm not
yeah.
saying
Oh no.
alluding to anything. I'm just saying that that happened on October 7th, and it basically like steered things away from the whole little kind of civil war thing that was going on against him. He was pretty low in the popularity polls there.
He still is. He's still
Okay.
and he's also here's the thing. Well, yeah, but here's the part: is if is no longer prime minister, he's going to probably go to jail because they have investigations on him right now for the illegal stuff he was doing, and so what he did is he had to go with the ultra nationalist movement that they have out there, and that's why they're doing this. I said, like, sorry, here's the other part, and I think they're beginning to understand the popularity of Israel under 50s among Republicans is negative. The only people keep it that are right now, and then they're like, if you better Israel better figure something out because in 10 or 15 years there will be no popular support in the United States for Israel, none, and it's like. Again, I'm not saying that you won't have a percentage.
A lot of people consider them. A lot of people who used to consider themselves Republicans now consider themselves conservatives.
Right. Yeah, but what I'm saying is that,
like on Twitter and descriptions, like bios.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm not a Republican. Republicans have been such crap for decades, and after George Bush especially. But no, what I'm referring to is the fact that they're saying we're still talking about conservatives too. But the only people that are supporting Israel right now are over 50. And they tend to be in the Republican Party.
What's up, James? Long time no see, man.
Yep. So that's what's going on there.
Jackie says hi, by the way.
Oh yeah. But it just the whole thing is just, guys, you gotta look at the optics. I just saw. Did you just see what happened with Poland, and when they were trying to go over trying to get
drone strikes the drones came in and supposedly hit Poland, so they're trying to pull in Article 4 of the NATO clause, whatever it was.
Here's what I think happened:
everybody going.
is that we spoofed the coordinates, and it cost the drones they were decoy drones. They weren't anything else other than like styrofoam with. I mean, they're as cheap as you can be. But
red flag drone.
Well, they were decoy drones. They were nothing else, and so it just moved over.
Okay, I get you now.
Yeah, there were no weapons on them. The weapon ones have their secure communications on them, but for the decoy drones, they just send them up, and they can't tell the difference. And so
they're like a balloon; they go wherever.
We'll do. That'll make his day.
Yeah. Well, but did you hear what happened to the UN? They tried getting to a condemnation. They couldn't get more than 46 countries out of 195. I said that tells you something. There's. I don't want to get too much into that, but it's just the news and how they're trying to present things. I'm like, you know what? No one likes you anymore. You lied about the first Gulf War. You lied about the second Gulf War. You lied about, the incubator babies, which was a lie.
What?
And then I find out, what's that?
That was
Yeah,
from the
yeah.
I
First
never
World
heard
War.
that one. I never
Oh,
Oh
heard
no,
yeah,
that.
no.
they
Who was?
said that the Iraqis had come in and killed all these babies that were their hospitals needed to keep them on life support, but they shut it all
Oh,
down and all this. I remember
sorry, my brain was going to like some
maybe not counting,
sci-fi John
No, no.
Carter, Warlord of Mars
Who
thing.
was?
but it was considered a
Who was the girl that
justification,
claimed that?
and the
Who was the
media was
girl?
there to show it, which was like a
Yeah,
big
She,
getting involved.
she was like a nurse. She played. I don't know if she was actually a nurse, but she was actually like one of the
yes.
princesses of like
She
one of the
she
royalty
was
in
like
that
the daughter
in
of
that
the
country.
ambassador of Kuwait or something like that. Yeah, it was.
Stage,
Yeah,
hope, yeah.
and you're like, wait a minute, who are these people?
Red
You know,
flag.
you look at them, they come out of like nowhere, and no one mentions it. It's just like I didn't realize that. What's her name?
Yeah.
What was it? Christiana Monpour. Her husband was
Yeah.
someone in the State Department.
Mockingbird style, like sharing the bed.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was listening to what was his name, John Kiriakou, the guy that they tried throwing in jail for saying, "Hey, there's an illegal torture program." They threw him in jail for 3 years. He was going, "Oh yeah, if you where someone went out there and because the CIA didn't respond fast enough, they had released everything for free for the FOIA request, um, which I do FOIA request at work, but it's but I had to laugh because." They said we would like to see all correspondence between the CIA and journalists from their public affairs department, and you start finding out that the journalists were submitting their reports to the CIA first before they would print them, or the CIA would just hand them out. This is why no one trusts the media anymore. It's like you guys aren't even doing independent media anymore. I mean, James O'Keefe does a far better job, which is what was it Mike Wallace used to do? Um, they used to
Well,
actually do undercover.
Arcosani, it's really just
Well,
jellyfish
I hate to break it
brain.
to you, but I don't think there's been real news in a very very long time. Atrocity propaganda is the term. It often does
Yeah,
more harm than good. A lot came out of the First World War, but it kind of obscured the civilian casualty rate. Yeah.
it,
Um,
it, it, it I mean, it's been going on.
Yeah. The funny thing is that I don't I don't think like it even changed. Like I wouldn't been. We already are like fighting the Iraqis anyway. Why would it? It's like why didn't you even need to start doing that bullshit? It was like, and they invaded them. We were like we were friendly with the one country, and maybe we shouldn't have gotten involved, but I wasn't too
I wasn't
against it,
against it at the time, but just don't
especially
lie
since
to me about it. That's what pisses
exactly.
me off more is once you start lying to me, then guess what? Even when you tell the truth, now I can't trust you. That's why I tell my son, tell the truth. I said people don't have to like you, but I would, there are people I don't like online, but I feel like I get real information from them because they're telling the truth.
Yeah.
I don't have to agree with them, but it's like, okay, this is someone I can trust for action, for real intelligence, or for real things. And the problem that I have is too many people do clickbait all the time. Just go.
for example,
Yeah.
James L says
So
Belgian
Yeah.
babies probably not bayoneted. God, but
Yeah.
the country ceased to exist under force for some time.
Oh yeah. Well, what was the thing that they were talking about with the
What
Lusitania?
what what
Do you remember
what
the
kind of what?
Do you remember the Lusitania? And they were
No,
all straight.
I don't think.
So
Uh,
They're
the Lusitania
transporting
is one
all
of the reasons
kinds
we
of
got into World War
military
One.
stuff.
yeah, I wasn't alive then.
Yeah,
It
that's my
wasn't
whole
supposed
point.
to.
But
Well,
for
you asked if I
history,
remembered it.
yes. Did you learn
I
this
you
know
in
the
were alive,
Coleman.
just
you
really,
learned
really
this in
young.
high
Detail.
school? Oh, sorry about
No, as a matter of fact, my high school history book was the same book for all 4 years, and it stopped at the Civil War every year.
that.
We
Really?
never, I,
Because mine always
in
stopped at World
California,
War II,
we were
which was the same
never,
place it stopped for my parents.
yeah,
Wow.
we never went past the Civil War
I
in American history or world history or whatever. For the 4 years I went to high school.
So the Lusitania
Oh,
I
was a passenger ship that the
American
Germans said,
passenger
"Hey,
ship.
be careful because this is a potential target." It was shipping across, and the Germans sank it. It was a passenger liner.
They were shipping
And
munitions and passengers,
yes, and it was only
which
later.
made it a military vessel. That's what the Germans were arguing. It's like they said, do not stop transporting your munitions over on your civilian craft or we're going to pound them. They did a
Huh.
whole thing where they put that in the newspapers and all this stuff in the States. They look
Yep.
back in it, you'll find it.
And what's funny was I think it wasn't until like the 50s that the British admitted that we had munitions on that ship, but that was one of the reasons that we got drug into the war, along with the Zimmerman.
Amen,
Whatever.
James. Amen. This last week,
Yeah.
I was so freaking spun up and just grief stricken that ask Goldman, I couldn't even do my Thursday show. It was just like I can't. I gotta freaking turn the tablet
Yeah.
off or turn on music or something and just say, screw you guys, I'm going home.
Thanks again, George, for the Star
Oh
Wars
yeah,
tonight.
George, we
thank
appreciate it.
Oh,
You're-
I
quick
keep
que- thank you. Quick questions, I guess. Anything you guys want to do something special, and also just any feedback. Was the encounter too easy? Was it? I was worried it might have been too easy, but I
So
don't want
Well,
to.
to
We
be
both did.
honest, go ahead, Omen.
So personal opinion on the encounter is I would have probably brought in, and again, it depends on what's going on. Is I would have had a lot more droids coming in myself. That's what I would
Okay.
have done. Of course, we're still trying to learn the battle, the combat system and things. I'm not sure reading combat if it even told me on who goes first. To be fair, I had to go. I was trying to look for it,
Mhm.
but I think that it was.
Yeah,
Right.
I think 2E has an initiative. I'm not sure exactly. 1E has kind of that who shoots first.
Yes. So
On always choose first.
But I think
Yeah.
that what I do a lot of times, unless there's a special reason, I let the player characters always shoot first if they're going to be heroes. But
Mhm.
So we never
The-
get to shoot first anymore?
you're still the
Yeah, you're
protagonist.
right.
You get to
You're
shoot
right, yeah.
first. I just put up enough that if I don't like it, no,
We're
no,
even
it's
sneakier and more likely to shoot first.
no. It was what was it called? I'm trying to think. But I would have done that. But I would have had a lot more droids out there starting to come in, and then as you start taking them down, there are more and more coming until that's the way I would have done it.
Yeah.
But you're right. We're still trying to learn the combat system. I think it's one.
Yeah,
I think
I honestly believe that, the first one or more
Yeah.
combat situations in a brand new game have kind of got to be, a little in the player's side. Other because there's nothing more
Okay.
because if you're going to do it and it's not D&D, where you could make up
Yeah.
a brand new character and just drop them in. You're trying to tell a story, so maybe it's a little plot or armor thick, kind of situation, but you can always make it more of a deadly threat later. I mean, because let's face it, these robots were frostbitten and should be malfunctioning and things like that. It shouldn't have been a cakewalk, and certainly I I almost took some damage or what have you, but it's also a different kind of damage system, to where you don't have hit points. Correct? You have a wounded state, and
Degrees of wounded.
that could spiral out of control real quick, and suddenly okay, well, won't see you next week with Star Wars. We'll be doing something else because
no,
everybody's
no.
dead.
Well, here's what you do: is you set them to stun. You set them to stun.
Sure.
But then the other part that comes into it is, and maybe just because I have a little bit better feel, like you're talking about this, is learning on part of it is that there's enough. Now, again, you don't have to make it so there's a lot all at once. You can make it so there's like 3 coming down, and then there's more coming down, and then you give players enough time to run for it. It's like, hey, guess what? You've got like 2 or 3 rounds as they start coming down the hallway. What do you do?
Yeah.
That's that's
yeah,
the numbers slowly start coming in. You don't have everyone just immediately mass up and say, okay, we're going into formation of the battle droids like they are in the Phantom Menace. Where they have like 100 lines. Like, well, wait a minute, that's a little much. But no, I was referring to that. The other part that comes down to, and you'll have to feel it, is do either one of you have dodge?
I do.
I think
Yep.
yeah.
So that's one of the things that next time coming in is probably learning in how to do the reactions for that.
Yeah.
And George mentioned that, but some of it is like, hey, guess what? You probably want to save a couple of actions for dodge just in case. And of course, there's other things in there as far as the ease to hit, because you have distance,
Yeah.
which I think a medium is what is a medium, George? Is it like a 10 to hit or something?
I think I think so. It's like a 3 die. I think it's like a rolling
Yeah,
3
so I
dice or
think a
something.
medium's like
Which
is a 10 to hit, which allows plenty of misses there. And let's be honest, you can do it so like, oh, well, they've only got 2d6 to hit because they're old. But you can it depends on how many d6 you have. Let me go roll 30 dice. Odds are one of them's going to get close to hitting you.
Yeah. Well, that's where you the point where you pull up you have the dice pools on some of these to
Yeah.
split your actions up. And you split up around into more actions. So let's say or you decide to shoot, and I'm like, okay, you're shooting. They're also shooting at you. You can then at that point you could tell them your reaction is a dodge, or you could just say the other thing is you could just say from the beginning of the round, I'm dodging the whole round.
And for you, Shadow, when you're shooting one, is at this point it would be really effective as far as saying, well, guess what? I'll shoot three shots at a medium, which is pretty reasonable to, and guess what? You roll 3d6 3 times. I think that's how that works. Anyway, and I'll say one reaction just to dodge just in case. And you're like, oh, okay.
I was kind of leery about doing the multiple shots because I didn't think I was going to hit even with the 4 die.
No. If you look at it on average, I think that for 4 dice, you're going to hit pretty consistently. If you roll a total 4 dice, I think you actually had 6 dice, aren't you?
No, my dex is 3, my blasters is 1.
Oh, okay. So at that point, it's worth probably doing 2, depending on what range they are.
Really?
Yeah, well, it depends on what the range they are, because you start adding them up, and for 3 dice, you're usually going to get a 10 or above.
One of the things is that the reactions actually kind of game the system a little bit, I think, because your first shot, you're rolling at full dice, and then let's say you save it for a reaction, and I say, okay, they're shooting at you now, then you can do the reaction, like several rounds in, and still have that's at a minus, but you can kind of do it for a few rounds in. So like when that one droid
Squirrel!
was taking that shot,
Man? That was a really
George,
awesome.
Yeah. So you gain the action
this afternoon or morning.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I think I think one of the shots was a second round shot, and the person could dodge, and you'll have a penalty because it's like a second round thing, but since it wasn't declared earlier, your first shots got their full attack. So there's a little bit of a gaming the system with reactions. They're a little more powerful than they appear.
That's cool.
Oh, I mean, I did. Yeah, there's just
the other thing is,
I mean, that's kind of the way I would do it, is slowly have numbers come down, so then you feel the desperation. But I agree with you. And I was kind of laughing because not that when you say, "Oh, there's a complication," they just ignore you. Yeah, that makes
a little high.
That actually makes sense. It's just not that I'm. I was like, all right, I have enough armor that literally you guys could use me as a shield, and there's not much that can get through my armor.
We got a walking tank. We got a mech.
Well, I'm rolling 10 dice, and on average, even if they get like some of the heavier weapons, they're rolling 7.
Right, I was looking. Even a thermal detonator might not hurt you.
Exactly.
Or a heavy repeating laser. Some of the other weapons, light repeating laser, whatever. the equivalent of a LMG. You're just like, ta-da,
Well, that's part of the
Supermaning it.
reason that that's part of the reason that when I was talking to George about this is like this is why I have the inhibitor that I can't do any kind of attacks because otherwise it would really feel like it unbalances the game. There isn't much threat, but as it stands now, it's just like uh, I'm just like kind of this like impenetrable meat shield that just ignores it because not much can hurt me. It's like,
We could also
hey,
mount weapon systems to your arms and just have you walk forward with your arms out, and we can operate the weapon systems that you can lift.
Kill, crush, destroy.
So you don't have
that
to
might
attack
I
anything.
think
You can operate the
I
weapon.
think he has a flamethrower.
no, I don't, George. Anyway,
Oh, you don't?
George knows what I have and what
I
I
would've.
can do, but no, I have the inhibitor on me, so I can't actually, I
Oh
can't
yeah.
do. I have
The,
I have the three Asimov laws basically into my character, so
Okay.
that's why.
So one thing we didn't go into much was the you could do force points, use
Yes,
force points and stuff.
and a force point allows you to is it double the dice?
Yeah, it doubles the dice for the entire round.
No
You can
worries,
also
OG.
use a like I forget what they call it. The equivalent of experience
Character
points
points, isn't it?
to
Yeah.
character points. Yeah, the character points to just one roll to double one roll, and then but like for example, if you're doing if you want to do this round multiple actions and you're doubling it, it's very hairy, so you'll be doubling the dice on all the rolls for the entire round. It'll be on your. I assume does it also like your like I assume it's also your damage.
I
The
think it
damage
allows you to do the double the
soaking damage.
damage, um, because
Yeah,
otherwise,
so it's really
I
powerful.
think I did. When Jackie and I play Star Wars Battlefront, we always warm up with Hoth. Even as a kid, it was one of my favorite.
No pun intended.
Hoth was one of my favorite
Of course.
scenes of the entire Star Wars franchise. Is that everything that was on Hoth, from the snow speeders and Luke's stuff to the freaking giant four-legged walkers. Oh my god, those were the cool. I know they're dumb, but they just seemed so freaking cool.
Oh,
Those
the
big
best.
giant freaking ponderous freaking you know
and the scout
dog like
walkers.
yeah, it was just everything about it. Even the snow speeder was fun. The wampa, the tauntauns. Every single thing about it was just like, this is freaking awesome. So
John Williams really
Yeah.
sold it too.
and Jackie, I got him. You guys might not remember, but Star Wars, or I forget who put it out. It might have been Whiz Kids. They had a Star Wars miniature game where you got blind packs, so you didn't know what was in the packages. And I after the game had died down, I bought a crap ton of that stuff for Jackie just to use as army men. And some of my fondest memories are walking into our one of our living room areas where it's just we had this white tile, and he would be sitting there building the Hoth scene with the freaking big old cannons and just doing the army men thing. No rules, just stuff as a kid we would have killed to be able to play with, because they didn't have that kind of
Yeah.
thing.
Oh no,
Uh,
no, they
We
had it.
we were in a snowy climate. Our winter we were like literally playing Hoth. we were playing the
Awesome.
Battle of Hoth in
Well, I remember
Jersey.
the toys. That they had the toys at the time. Of course, they're expensive, relatively speaking. But yeah, I
it
remember
was
my friends
iconic.
having the Imperial Walkers. Like, oh, that's the most awesome thing ever.
Oh, yeah.
The AT-ATs they called it, and then I remember the Scout Walker.
The
What's up,
ATSTs.
Coco B? Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, if you look at the no, what I think what he's referring to is that there is a new game that's out. It's
Yeah,
either
yeah.
out or it's right in pre-order. It's one of the two. Of
I remember
the Battle
somebody
of
else
Hoth.
talking about it, and I mean, just if it's quick and easy to learn, and I can throw it on the dinner table and set it up. Because like the one game that we usually play takes over an hour for setup. Something simple. I don't care if it's got cards or whatever. Uh, You know,
This is it.
just make it easy. Like I taught Jackie how to play Aeronauticus Imperialis in like 15 minutes. I taught him how to play Hero Quest in about 10 minutes. It was just like just boom. It's simple rules that are dynamic enough to where you get lots of replayability out of it. You don't care about expansions or crap like that. A standalone game that you could just keep playing is so hard to find these days.
So
Everything has got to have expansions and giant freaking rule books and
hey,
bells and
hey, hey,
whistles and
hey,
crap.
hey, hey.
You ever see the Hero Quest video? Like the best thing
Oh,
about Hero
dungeon.
Quest, and it's like the only way to expand Hero Quest is
Well,
with more Hero
actually,
Quests.
but
And
no, I
he's
have to laugh
Nice.
because it's Shadow saying these things like, you grew up during the Avalon Hill era, so that is not a valid argument.
No, it is. No, when you're trying to get your son, who has been spoiled rotten with video games and instant gratification through the internet and stuff like that, it's hard to compete with anybody who's been playing video games during the last 10 years. It's
You
just
know,
like, nah, I'm just gonna. Oh, I'm already playing.
well,
You
well,
know,
you don't want to know
Yeah,
something.
that's true.
I'm
They're
gonna
zoned
mention
in.
this because I have stuff for my son, and there's several games he does not play. Um, One is he got really competitive, so one of the games I could not play is anything that was against each other because he get angry. So we started playing cooperative games. So I have like what
No,
is
no. I love playing competitive games with
Yeah.
Jackie because I love seeing him like get frustrated because I know he's learning. You know what I
no,
mean?
I'm saying
my my youngest, she
well
gets
no,
mad at
but I'm saying but
cooperative
I like the
games,
cooperative
so
game because
she's
at that
got a
point
temper.
we still have to think in things. We were doing Forbidden Desert and Flashpoint, but he didn't get as angry because he would get frustrated he wouldn't win, and then he would
Mhm.
like quit or I was like no. Now I did teach him how to play chess when he was 5, so that was a game that he didn't mind playing too
Oh
much.
God,
But
he'll
then
kick my ass every game in chess. No way. He
well,
got he got his grandmother's chess gene, and nope,
yeah,
nope, nope.
well. See, I played. Well, my father has not played with me for chess when I beat him when I was 7. He has never played with me again. And now, unfortunately, he has dementia, so he's never going to play with me ever. But
It sucks.
but but no, I mean like the other one we did is we do like doing King of Tokyo, which that's a fast game to learn and play.
Yeah,
Um,
we played a lot of cooperative games together to get him to learn rules. But now
yeah,
that he's an adult and a big brain, uh,
Yeah.
I want to play
This
competitive games with him. God, I wish we could play Space Marines Epic.
I
Oh
know
my God!
I want to play Star Wars
That'd be cool.
Rebellion.
I know
That's excellent. That's
one of
a
the things
good
is I
thing.
know he's a real asshat. This
Yeah,
what's his name, Will Wheaton, but he had a really fun show
yeah,
where he would
tabletop.
just
I
play
remember
board
that.
games, tabletop. I loved it, and something. Yeah, he's an
No,
idiot,
no,
but he did something
he
good.
was yeah.
So he's a pass
Well,
on
he
some
was
of his
fine
stupidity.
until the whole thing with all of it.
Yeah.
Yes,
Trump,
yeah,
Trump
it
broke
broke them all. You
everybody.
like really? I mean, Felicia Day was breaking down, crying. It was like people used to like you, and then it's like. But the problem is that they got sucked up in Hollywood, where now you start finding out that one is
Hmm.
they never voted. Number two, there were millions of dollars being thrown at like Oprah, and and Taylor Swift and all these
Hmm.
others. Like so, you're like, why would you ever
I didn't
listen to these
notice that,
people?
OG.
Yeah. Oh, sorry about that. Yep. But no, the Star Wars Rebellion. But that's a 4-hour game. Try and get someone to sit down and do that one. That
Right.
good luck on that one. Cash and Guns. That's a fun one if you play with the big group of like 6 or 7 people. Um, Cash and Guns is basically you all are part of a heist, and then each of you has a gun, and you point it at someone in the group, and they decide if they're going to stay it or not. And there's bullets. Yeah, that one's a fun game. But no, my son now is at the point where we're playing as semi-cooperative, which that's a fun one. Of like, we played Nemesis. I don't know if you've looked at one. It's Alien, but not Alien. Um, you know, it's Alien with the serial numbers. Sending it off. And the very first thing my son did is like, there's the queen, and my son says, "I throw the grenade." I was the only one in the room besides the aliens, and all my friends looked over and like, "Uh oh, he's gonna kill us all." somehow my character survived. I don't know how he survived, and then my son saved me later. But one of his things was it was supposed to be you are the sole survivor. That was his victory condition.
Oh, jeez.
And well, you get 2 victory conditions. You decide which one. And so this was early in the game, and I was like, "Ah, crap!" And then some of them were like, "You have to make sure this goes to Earth, or you have to make sure this one goes to Mars, or you have to make sure that this does not go to Earth." And so some of them are like, "You are the last person off this ship." You know, it's things like that. And it has that alien feel as far as backstabbing. But man, those games usually I've had fun playing it 3 or 4 times, but those take forever. Risk. My son likes playing Risk too. Risk is a fast game to learn, and I got the Lord.
You know, Jackie's like one of his top 3 games is Hearts of Iron. They put out a board game. I said, hey, you say the word, I'll grab it. We'll play it.
Yeah,
Nah.
my son likes the
cool.
like tomorrow. I'm gonna go to my library, and they have a board game day, and he likes playing just the board games. Now, it's not that my son doesn't enjoy playing video games. It's just he likes the interaction. He likes a personal face-to-face interaction with another human being. So getting him to play board games is not that hard. It's just I can't expect him to read a 60-page rule book and learn. I mean,
I know what is with kids these days. They don't know how. I mean, they know how to. You know, he knows how to read, and he's got a stack of great books that I've been buying him over the years. But he's read like 3, maybe 5 books in 17 years. You know, of his own volition. You know, other than school requirements, he's read like 3 to 5 books. That's it.
Well, my son has done something similar with he read the Harry Potter books in like a week. Like all 7 of them he read in like 2 weeks. Or whatever. Yeah, that's
Oh
what
man,
it
that's a
comes
game
down
I
to
haven't heard of in a long time.
is
Robo Rally.
Yeah, man. I
any
miss it.
game that takes about you're right. To get people to play, and I don't blame my son for not wanting to read a 70-page rule book that you have to play 6 times. Like I would love to try learning Twilight Imperium. I just don't have to. I don't want to waste my entire day playing Twilight Imperium.
I it's
I
been
know
up
that's
there
my
for how
point.
many years? I've got so many games I know I'll never play, but our friend DM James, he's like narrowed it down. You know, he's like, I got like 5 games. That's it. You know, or some. You know, it doesn't matter what the number is. Um, that's never going to happen. I'm going to keep buying games, keep trying to play them, keep pining for the games that I'll never get to play. Versus like this is it. You know, I mean, unless I had like my doctor said, well, you might want to narrow your games down to 5, and I'll be like, you bastard.
I,
I'm going to try and play a whole bunch of games because they all, you know,
I
they
I'll
make
be
your
honest.
games fun too.
Is
Okay, come in.
some of them
Fine.
I haven't.
I wish they had a solo rules thing so you could play the Star Wars Fantasy Flight game,
Oh,
Rebellion, but because
yeah.
I have the Fallout Fantasy
Write it
Flight
down.
game and all the expansions, plus the little
Mhm.
packet that lets you play
Oh,
solo
more of them are
Fallout.
doing solo. The only reason I want to do solo is so I can learn the rules, so I can teach someone else how to do it. I'll tell you this much: I had a lot of fun playing Dead of Winter. That was another one. I played Quantum. Um, Quantum was pretty fast. A lot of it just comes down to, like, even when I was in Iraq, we used to play we would play every Friday evening. People didn't want to spend more than about 10 minutes learning roles, and I don't blame them. And it's not that they weren't highly educated individuals. They were. They read a lot. It's just they didn't want to waste their whole day just doing one game. It was,
Yeah, I kind of get that, but at the same time, like we used to play Shogun or Samurai Swords, which is coming back, or some of my friends would play Risk. There's something about playing that big long game, as long as it's not diplomacy, because someone's getting punched, if not going to the hospital, you play that game. Um,
well, let's see. This is what I did. Was I got the Lord of the Rings trilogy edition for Risk. And actually, as part of that, is as you're playing Risk, the ring actually moves on the board.
yeah.
And so, if it gets to Mount Doom, you can win that way. Or if they capture that land, and my son and I have played that, and he has really enjoyed it. But Jill, we still don't want to play more than a 2-hour game.
Well, off grid, bear and pretzels. I'm pretty sure that's a Canadian thing. And I really
Oops.
don't. I really don't want a
But you don't.
bear at my table. Is that?
Yeah.
I
Beer.
know.
Well,
I know. Just being
well,
pedantic.
actually, you're up in Canada. We aren't sure. So that's,
Uh,
no.
Well, right about now, there's probably a bear
a
within,
mile.
uh, well, at least within a mile, guaranteed. But I know there's a den on the south end of my property.
I know, but
That's like that would be like me saying, I know there's an extraterrestrial, 2 houses over. That's how crazy that sounds to me. A freaking bear. I mean, like shit.
Yeah,
It's time to
black
call
bear.
the Rangers. James, what I did instead of doing any sort of sell off is I got those big plastic totes, like 27-gallon, big, giant freaking plastic boxes with the plastic lids. And I just stacked them now to the rafters. I've got like 30 of them in the garage. I ain't selling shit until I have an actual storefront to sell because I would just be getting pennies on the dollar.
oh, speaking of which, you're talking about aliens. Is Monster Apocalypse, which I had, and I backed the Kickstarter and it fell through. Well, Privateer Press, and I got to give them real credit for this, even though it wasn't their Kickstarter, it was their license, but it wasn't their Kickstarter, and the company that did it went bankrupt. So I lost like $600 there. They said, "Hey, guess what? All you guys that supported this, we're giving you the STL files for all of the miniatures." And I was like, at least I said, they didn't even have to do it. I really did appreciate that the fact that Privateer Press did that. And so at some point, I'm going to talk to Brian about printing off some of the 3D Monster Apocalypse stuff uh,
Mhm.
because that was the whole idea of I wanted, and they already had all the models, they had everything else, they had pretty much the rules. I said, oh, all that the company is trying to do, and I didn't realize they were going bankrupt. Um, all the company had to do was just get the molds to make them in mass. I said this should be easy and this should be cool. And they said, hey, you'll get it within like 12 months or something. I said, told
Look
my
what the
son,
cat dragged in. Hey,
oh
little
yeah,
brother. James L. That's probably the way to go. And I think with Jackie, I mean, you have a good idea of what he likes.
yeah.
Um, I, I, I've got a few war games, but every day he gets further away because of all his music classes and school and stuff like that. I'm gonna
Yeah,
have to open a store and start playing with complete freaking strangers who become my friends.
Oh,
oh
the
no,
harsh, the harsh. You
like
might
like
have to
like
make new
Omen
friends.
and Brian and Joshua and all the other weirdos that live in Texas that you guys know. What's up, Connell? How you been?
Long day. You?
Ish, but not bad. I got no complaints.
I
Hanging
got
out
up
with
like
you guys. I do have to shut the show down in about 20 minutes unless you guys twist my arm. So I've got church in the morning.
Well,
Um,
I need to head off anyway, guys. So I'll let
Take
you
care,
go.
Omen. Hey, do me a favor, Omen. If you
Yeah.
see if you see Brian in person, punch him in his big fat arm for me and tell him what the hell. You have Shadow's phone number. Give him a damn call.
Oh, okay.
I'm honestly worried about him and
he
things.
he contacted me last week or so, so he's still alive. Um, but I haven't physically seen him in probably a year.
Really.
Remember he decided to get that new job. He works working like 12-hour days and stuff, and
Yeah.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
it's like, well, look, I'm not going to bother someone if they're working that many hours.
Well, I'm still gonna freaking at least leave a message on their machine. You know, and I have seen him make a few videos. So but he's got my damn
Oh my,
phone number.
ouch,
He can call me on his damn lunch break or something.
ouch, there, James L. I mean, yeah, oof.
That's crazy prices. And don't get me wrong, I love the second edition of 40K and Fantasy Battles were the best. I still have some of the
yeah.
codexes for Fantasy Battles. I've got the Undead, the Lizard Men, a couple other of the codexes, and one of these days,
Slam, bam, straight to the moon.
No, one of these days I'll be able to play it again, but uh, you know, it'll
Okay.
be
Well,
when I.
anyway, you guys have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. Take care, man.
Okay. Bye.
I don't know.
Oh,
Oh well, it's Game Shop. Everything by Game Shop, even if it's secondhand, is gonna be fucking outrageously priced.
kind of.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
there's some games like Epic Space Marines. It's actually still reasonable, and you're getting metal sometimes, but it, it depends. Shipping is usually kind of the pain in the ass right now. Anywhere outside the U.S. is kind of really difficult. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, that's why I try to hang on to certain things, even if they're incomplete. I've got a bunch of games that are missing pieces, and it's like one of these days I'll find somebody who's either got the other pieces or a way to print them. If he's retired, yeah, I suppose. It, it's. Do you guys have yard sales or flea markets or things like that? Because I would hit those up. No one, I'd probably never find them and buy a bunch of other junk, but that's me.
They have a big flea market in Commerce City here every weekend.
The things that find at my surrounding, well, we don't like we have a. I guess we have a flea market. No, it's closed a couple years ago. And garage sales, you wouldn't find any gaming stuff around here.
Yeah,
You might find like some racist stuff around here at garage sales. I live in Pekin, Illinois. Every so often, I come upon a coffee cup says "Home of the Pekin Chinks." So gaming, not so much. Nazi plus other white supremacist nonsense, most likely.
Illinois Nazis. I think we used to go garage selling a lot, but we just ended up getting too much junk. There was like a couple that had some
I,
board
I,
games,
I,
some good
I
board
we
games.
went to a yard sale last weekend, and it was like the most organized yard sale I'd ever seen. This old man and his wife and his daughter
Mhm.
were all selling his cool ass coin collection. I mean, solid gold, like gold and silver coins, big dollar stuff. And I'm like, dude, you are just asking to be robbed. Stop it. Stop it right now. Go to your local coin store and just say, you know, give me a good price, or do eBay or something. Don't invite complete strangers into your garage, showing them your cool ass coin collection and say, and think anybody's going to, lay down $500, $800 for a single coin. Just no. Crazy?
Yeah. When you're saying robbed, as in like they won't pay enough, or robbed as in like, yeah, nice
Low
coin, I don't
com
got
A,
enough, and
low
then
com
rob
B.
them later. Ah,
James L., I
yeah.
used to do that like professionally. I went through every cleaning fluid on the planet from brake fluid, Pine Sol, to what I finally found now works the best is LA's Awesome and a Sonic Cleaner. And there's almost no mini I can't get back to bare metal, uh, with a few exceptions. And, unfortunately, sometimes they don't come out paintable because it's just, the some of the processes will really jack up a mini. But
Oh,
90% of the time, if not better, I can get just about anything on. It's that again, it's that freaking clear coat that is the hardest thing to get off.
for a second, I thought you were talking about blood.
No, I was talking about paint on miniatures because of James L's comment right over here.
Yeah. Al is my favorite Australian. I haven't talked to him in wow.
It's been a minute, too long. I
And
assume he's doing well. It sounds like he's doing pretty good.
did the
Uh,
Mad Max, era kicked in Australia? What the fuck? I mean, I believe with the gas prices here, I can only imagine there.
LA
Glad to
awesome.
hear it, James. This stuff works good, and it's like it's the best and gentlest, if that makes any sense. At least I've found, because we use it for cleaning the counters and stuff like that. And then whenever I need a miniature cleaned, I throw it in a little glass jar, seal it, come back in less than 24 hours, and it just comes out pretty. The stuff is because we had. I used to use like I said brake fluid. Pine Sol was the worst. It worked, but oh my god, I probably took like 5 years off my life breathing in that.
I hate the smell of that stuff.
Right?
Pine Sol? I prefer Pine Sol over, let's say, bleach.
No, I would definitely go with the bleach.
Well, I was in high school for a quick buck. I was a janitor over at a health center, a workout place, gym,
Well,
and
I hope you're doing well in both of those, James.
bleach is definitely the creature you want to use in that circumstances. And yeah, no, and women are nasty. Cleaning out a guy's locker room compared to a woman's locker room, nasty, nasty,
Um,
nasty, nasty.
what's up, Hungar? You wanna pop in for a minute? I can send you the link. I don't put the link in the chat anymore for obvious reasons. It's
The
been like
stroker.
3 years and I'm still not able to live that shit down. Hope you're
Down
doing
in the
well, Hungar.
Who knows the inner stroker in their heart? Shadow does.
Shut the fuck up. Dude, I was young and naive. I didn't know any better. I made a mistake, an honest, fair, decent, hearted mistake. I just thought the guy, he was
Of
playing along
all
with the
people to of all people to tell you don't do this, Justin told you this is a bad idea.
Hey, like I said,
Well, at least you didn't
Hungar,
get banned.
it's always nice to see you, and I hope you're doing well. And I probably will see you Monday. So I haven't called in a while, but this last week was just messed up, and I just been a wreck.
Nice.
Doing good, Ungar.
This LA
Thanks.
awesome stuff looks very no frills. Like it's just
Uh,
red text on yellow.
yeah, it works, dude. I mean, if you got to clean anything, especially paint off a miniature, it. I mean, it like peels the crap off right down to the bare metal. None of that like having to scrub it off. You just shake the glass jar and you can watch the paint just like fluffing off. It's great.
Cool. And you said like a
I don't know
sonic
what Bean
refresh or
Gate
something.
is, bro. But happy birthday. And yeah, I this was that was the one and only like one of the only good things about last week. I did like a crap ton of walking every day and bike riding. I actually got back on my fat ass back on my bike, and I'm like, oh my god, it was so
Did it
much fun to
did
just
it
ride
warp
around the
any?
neighborhood. What smart
Did
ass?
did it warp any? Your bike?
No, no, it's a good solid bike. Speaking of bikes, I don't know if any of you guys ever did BMX back in the day, but
Mm-hmm.
I live close to a Walmart, and there's this guy named Bobby Encinas. He's like the king of BMX bicycle racing, and he's been working at my Walmart for 30 years. And I met him when I bought Jackie's first bike, and every time I see him, we have a really good chat. Well, it turns out the 2028 Olympics are going to have three of the games in my neck of the woods, like minutes away from where I live, and one of the events is going to be archery. One of the events, I don't know what it's going to be. And the other event is going to be BMX racing. So if we're
Oh,
still
cool.
in this godforsaken place, we will be going there, cheering on our buddy and saying, yeah, this is cool because we've got some dirt area that we do some kind of BMX uh, stuff, and
Yeah, I
it was
remember.
just really cool that
Yeah,
that
I
my friend,
remember.
one of the few friends I have in my area, is finally getting recognized for his contribution to something he loves and is passionate about. That's you know a good, healthy, wholesome sport.
I remember when I was little, they had this BMX track in the big park near where I lived, and it was like I think it was had something to do with like the local bike shop, but it had like mounds and the track going in all sorts of weird ways.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't that athletic, so but it was great to watch. And now it's a soccer field.
And that's a word I have not heard in a good long time. We need to bring that back. That's rad.
Rat. Mhm. Tubular.
Before that, it was boss, but that was before all of your time, I'm
Yeah.
sure. Um,
No, I remember
okay,
Boss. I remember people saying that.
yeah, we were fucking
It was a whole
retarded,
word.
but what the hell? Yeah, we had this place, which is funny because Bobby used to go there when I was a kid, which means like we may have actually bumped into each other like 30, 40 years ago, and then bumped into became friends again. We had this place called the Drop Off. It was a construction site that never. I mean, eventually became houses, but you just rode your bike and then fell like 30, 40 feet to eventually kind of a dirt ramp, but it was pretty much just like Thelma and Louise on your bike by yourself. It's just freaking crazy that he actually remembered this place. It's just like it was just on a random street, not like a major street, just this little place in Orange County. And I'm just like, what are the odds, right?
You were doing this. You were jumping
Oh,
off
oh,
that and
yeah,
dropping.
yeah, yeah.
Holy
Yeah, it
shit!
was. I mean, I don't know how high or deep a drop, but I'm guaranteed. From my memory, it had to be at least 20 feet. Now, mind you, back then our bikes all had shocks on them. So it wasn't like just like there goes your nuts. We had either front shocks, back shocks, or this weird shock that was like in the middle of the bike, like horizontal. It was weird. I still remember that bike I had. It had they called it a mono shock. Is so the bike, if the shock ever broke, the bike would like split in half and fold up around you. It's crazy, but
That is crazy.
yeah, I haven't seen a bike with shocks in 40 years, but that was like
That's a horse that can bite you in the ass.
that was like that was
Something
like
goes on.
it was a big deal. You were like, you know, top dog in the neighborhood if your bike had shocks because you could
Mhm.
jump like four trash cans and not sterilize yourself.
I remember my BMXing career. It was like it had its moments. Like I guess you could say it's like I had some spectacular wipeouts that kind of convinced me to like give it up for periods of time. That's how that went. I was better at a lot of other things as a kid back in the
Yeah,
day, and
one thing I
BMX
noticed,
big.
there was another
Sorry,
friend of mine who did that professionally as well back in the day. The same guy. Funny story. The guy's name was Brett. And one day, Brett, he's an older kid, older than me. It's like 8 o'clock at night, and I hear ding dong, go to the doorbell, and it's like Brett, and I'm like, "What's up?" He's like, "Dude, you got to punch me." I'm like, "What?" "Yeah, right here, punch me." "Okay." He's like, "No, you got to do it again." "All right." Thanked me, rode off, and I'm pretty sure I never saw him again, except maybe in passing. But I'm guessing, he was late getting home, so I had to tell his folks he got in a
yes,
fight.
right.
But then he was also the first kid to ever that I knew ever to start doing meth. So, so
That deceptive at that
I
age,
was just
right?
like, just the
He's on a
weird. I
path
mean, has
already.
anybody ever come to your house? Said, "Dude, you got to punch me." You know, as a kid or anything. It's just like,
I had crazy things happen because of where I've lived and stuff, different
but
I
yeah,
times,
mean,
it
I've
was. It was.
gone over to
but
somebody's house and
not get punched.
I can't imagine ever asking somebody, "Dude, you got to punch me." You know, I can imagine telling somebody, "Hey, yeah, you got to shoot me like right here. You know, make it look good." But not punching. That sounds painful.
You know, that reminds me of a joke. This guy comes home late from drinking with the guys from the bar, and he gets in the front door. His wife marches up to him and says, "I am sick and tired of you coming home smelling like alcohol, reeking of beer. You did this one more time, and I'm going to leave you." Well, this, shook the guy because he doesn't want to lose his wife. So a couple days later, he's talking to a couple of his work friends. And this guy's like, "All right, this is what you do. Make sure you put $20 into your front pocket the next time we go drinking." He's like, "Okay." So he does it. So they go out the next Friday to go drinking. He comes home trashed. I mean, just blitz. And she's waiting for him. And she says, "That does it. I am done with you. You rink of alcohol." He's like, "Wait, wait, wait, wait." And he gives her $40. And she's like, "What's the $40 for?" Well, $20 is for dry cleaner because somebody, poured a beer on me on accident. She's like, "What's the other 24?" The same guy shit in my pants. What?
It's just fucking. Oh
You just because you didn't think of that joke.
no, I would have never thought of that joke.
Oh, whatever, you angry nerd.
Doesn't that describe like at least 3 out of 4 of us here tonight?
Angry nerd
Speaking of, hey, what's up, Holy Diver? Good to see you, man.
or shitting your pants.
Yeah, I've never done that after the age of 2.
Oh, you never came close.
Since the age of 2, no. Close? Oh God, yeah. Oh God, yeah. More times than I can count. But actually doing the deed, no, no. Um,
Interesting.
Eat Taco Bell while you're on like a stomach flu or something, and you'll probably come pretty close, I imagine, to
I think maybe, but I
almost certainty that's like a hardcore recipe right there.
Yeah.
yeah, I don't really. I was never really a big Mexican fast food kind of guy. Uh,
I guess that's
That's
Mexican of it.
wise. That's actually wise.
is that an expression? James, my parrot just fell off its perch. Otherwise, I hope your parrot's okay. And you saw a tumbleweed go by. We get those a lot where I live. I mean, a lot. Um,
Tumbleweeds.
Tumbleweeds. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That's
And tumbleweeds are assholes. In case nobody ever told you, they're assholes. They drop these little things called goat heads, and for us, bicycle riders, they are the bane of our existence.
Like stick to your clothes and stuff.
Oh well, they'll pop your tire. Well, not pop, but they'll
Oh,
they'll go through the tire into the inner tube, no matter what rubber lining you put on them. And every day I have to go and check Jackie's bikes for one. And of course, if I find one, I am faced with the dilemma: do I pull it out and risk the tire deflating, or do I leave it in until I can make sure I have actual spare inner tubes? Because I've done that and pulled that thorn out. The tire feels fine. Pull that thorn out, and it was like the finger in the dike keeping the air in, and you pull it out and you hear that shit, and you can't put it
no,
back in. You know.
no.
I guess you can cut it.
Oh no, Connell literally killed his bird with a punchline. Okay.
It's basically caltrips in California, then, eh? So it's like
Yeah.
nature's caltrips over there.
Take care, Holy Diver. Yeah, I'm gonna shut the show down now, as well. I got to get up in about 6 7 hours for church, and I think tomorrow's free donut day, so bonus. Although I got to stay away from those things. It's a total feather side.
Oh, come on.
What? All right, I'll hang out for a few more minutes, but that's only because you're whining like a bitch, and I know
No,
you're.
no, I wasn't whining a bit. My joke was funnier than that punny. At least. No.
That's fair. That's fair. Maybe. I don't
Talking
know.
about dietary mistakes. A couple days ago, Thursday, I am at this local place that does really good wings. They deep fry them, then they smoke their wings. They're fan fucking tastic. You can get all kinds of rubs on it. Really good food. Well, they also do custom egg rolls. Each week has a different egg roll. This past week was a chili dog egg roll.
Ooh, that does sound good.
Hmm.
I can't. I can't. I can't. It went really well, Coco, but I can't talk about it because they actually passed where you guys are. It is supposed to be the other way around because you guys are Wednesday and they're Friday, but they actually passed where you are. I can't find wonton wrappers to save my damn life. I used to make these like egg rolls, and they were just like hamburger and onions and cheese, which were
Yeah.
really, really good. And
Right.
I cannot find them anywhere.
Do a
'Cause I
steak
know
with a
Jackie
sweet barbecue
freaking loves.
sauce like that would be great.
I
Oh
usually just
yeah.
use ranch, but I'm willing to experiment with them if I can find them. But there's
You have
where
any
we
Asian
live.
marks?
No,
Yeah.
dude, where we live is really uh, still
You,
kind of rural.
you
You
sound
know,
like you live in a food desert.
I mean, we've got a couple. We've got an Albertsons, a Vons, a couple of WalMarts, Vallarta, which is a Mexican grocery store slash restaurant, which is really nice but really expensive. Go figure. Um,
Hmm.
but that's about it. You know, when it comes to grocery stores, we used to have like Alpha Beta and Stater Road. Oh no, we've got a Smart and Final, but that's like pointless. But other than that, that's all we've got.
Oh wow. All
I
right,
have one
boys.
within 40 minutes.
No, an Asian mart.
The rural one.
Yeah. I was gonna say, all right, boys, hide your nuts. Hermit's here.
He's been here for a while, buddy.
I just not saw his post.
Yeah.
Uh, no, I mean, I've been lucky enough where I've lived over the years where there was enough international markets or Asian markets to make life interesting and
Mhm.
decent restaurants.
Hmm.
But no, that chili dog egg roll was amazing until 20 minutes later, and I'm on my way home.
Well, it was chilly, so you have to be careful.
Oh yeah,
What about manwich egg rolls? Might be
I
nice.
can see
Ooh,
that.
those would be good. But to be honest, there's a couple of things: chili dogs
Beef
and
stroganoff.
sandwiches and orange chicken. My God, I'm
I
screwed.
love orange chicken.
Me too. But Jackie is like, I'm kind of tired of those things. I'm like, the hell you say, blasphemer?
Then go
Change them
make
up
your own
then.
damn food.
For some
So that
reason,
they're-
I'm reminded of the what's his name, Jim Gaffigan. It's like the Mexican hot pocket. It's like open up and throw directly in the toilet.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
you know, Jackie and I, we used to listen to a lot of him until he lost his damn mind. I don't know what happened.
He's coming back. He was just before the election. He was really ripping into the Dems.
Because the hot pocket thing, and there was another one that we used because I had on Pandora. We started listening. Take care, James. Yes, I do that every day, and everybody else should get some fresh air, sunshine. Take off the old shoes and socks, touch grass, and stick around a lot longer because we're gonna
Mm.
need you. We would listen to Pandora, and we started listening to uh, uh, Dr. Horrible's sing along blog, and that started, and some Weird Al, and that started making this one channel of nothing but like comedy tracks and things like that. You guys remember Stephen Lynch?
yeah,
Yeah, the he did the D&D song.
Oh, did he? I didn't know that.
It's
Uh,
D&D.
oh yeah. God, how could I forget that song?
Virgins
And
till
Are You a
they
Nazi
die.
Baby? And some other ones. Squirrel Con, where all the nuts gather, right? And so we would hear some Gaffigan stuff and some Tenacious D and some other people, and all at once a whole bunch of those people just lost their freaking minds. I don't know, something in the water maybe. But
I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. Granted, I'm not in a position where I can get fired for making my opinion known, but I'm just gonna behave and say nothing.
Yeah, it's like live stream. You got to kind of.
Yeah, I know a couple people and they're fucking idiots for it, but it was like, I lost my job today. I'm like, well, I can't imagine why. It's okay to have your own opinion, but sometimes, yeah, you need to keep that using your in voices in your head.
Yeah.
well, I mean, if you're literally having some of those voices in your head, you need to see a priest.
Well, I'm Catholic, and I question anybody who says God talks to them. What medicine are you on? Are you on medicine?
Talks to you through Jesus, I guess, or the Holy Spirit.
I don't know. I mean, I think this is the first time I've talked to these two gentlemen. I'm a smartass. I'm a horrible Catholic. I'm very much just no
Uh,
filter.
I'm not Catholic, but I went to Catholic school
I don't
for a
claim to be
good
the best
4 years.
I accuse Shadow of being in Fast Times at Richmond High. Can you all
Among
pick that
so
character?
many other things, you big lug. But you know what?
Take the sneaker to your head. That
He
was my
doesn't do school
skull.
videos. So.
I literally actually said that the other day because someone made a Spicoli joke. I haven't been stoned in decades, but um,
Last time he fell out back of a van at school.
My my thing on Fast Times is like now that I'm like 50 something, I'm like Mr. Hand. I'm Mr. Hand now. What's
uh,
wrong with you people? You're all on dope.
yeah, I can see that.
My
Aloha.
daughter turned 15. She's a freshman in high school. So I've been kind of hitting that way back machine, just thinking about my high
James, I
school
already wrote
experience.
it down. I will tell him as soon as I'm done here. You have a good weekend, bro.
And
It's gonna make his weekend to hear from you. Yeah.
yeah, fair
Aloha.
enough.
Freedom of speech is not freedom from repercussions. I guess you mean cancel culture, pendulum. Yes, yes. All things Squirrel and I actually talked about this afternoon over the phone, which was an honor. Squirrel, you got a really solid wife there too, man. You better be a good boy. Just saying.
Okay.
He's got a really solid wife, and I don't mean
Isn't
that.
it?
No,
Hey,
solid, she's a
ask,
solid human being
ask
with
no
good moral
questions, hear
compass.
no lies. Jesus. Can't trust this guy around with people's wives now. What the hell?
Yeah, I no,
Busting moves.
no. She's a strong moral character,
Ah.
and
That sounds
obviously
like
keeps Squirrel in line.
that sounds like code for something. Anyways,
Yeah, yeah.
Let me tell you with the whole a lot. This is that they picked the wrong person to kill, to murder, because all the women in my life all love Charlie Kirk. Like they all love
Uh,
him.
well, I don't know if you heard. She's blushing. Okay, well,
Yeah.
uh, she
Yeah,
deserves
I
every
didn't
word of
hear
it.
that. Yeah.
I heard Charlie Kirk's wife for the first time this afternoon, and I was like, oh shit,
She's not
shit.
taking it laying down.
No, my God, she is. I have seen that look in real life, and I am lucky by the skin of my teeth to be able to still be here to talk to you after having seen that look in real life. It's like, oh, dude, someone is uh, in some big ass trouble, and by someone I mean like a whole bunch of someone's. I literally heard, maybe I heard it wrong, but like 16,000 new chapters of Turning Point
Yeah. That's right.
Oh my God.
16 or 18. I think it's 18.
18,000 new. Oh my.
There was
That would have
9,000
never happened. You know
existing.
what I mean? Charlie could have lived, no offense, Charlie and Charlie's family, but Charlie could have lived another 50 years, and I don't think you would have got 16,000 more chapters.
Mhm.
You know? 18,000.
Well loved. That's good.
Well, the good thing about that is that
Inspirational.
means more people will go back to talking, maybe, instead of, you know, doing horrible things.
They
Uh,
will. They will. And everybody's not just going to shut up because people did something evil.
because, me and Connell and you guys and other folks, we don't all agree on everything, and we can, uh, have conversations and not get mad and not send each other, horrible things in the mail.
Yeah.
Although I'm tempted, Connell.
And it can be discussions. It doesn't even have to be debates. Right.
There was a time in this nation, and it hasn't been this way for at least, I don't know, since Reagan, where two people could sit down in a conversation, air their grievances, and go leave and not want to kill the next person. I have my own theories about what expired since Reagan and on up. I will make this clear to everybody who actually gives a shit. I'm not a Republican, nor am I a Democrat. I hate both of them. I hate both of them immensely for what they've done to this country. With that being said, do I think the man should have died the way he did? No, he has a wife and two kids. But if he came over and asked me to punch him in the face, I'd do it.
I think you listen to too many of the wrong people and not enough of him.
No,
I
no,
can't think of I
I'm
can't think of
sorry, but he called my daughter abomination. I have a hard line when you talk about my kid.
I don't think he's ever met your kid.
No, he said all gays and lesbians are abomination. I have a hard line when it comes to my kid.
Well, um, I don't know.
Yeah,
He's
there's
religious
that.
enemies.
Anyways,
And I don't
let's
know that
talk
I ever
about
heard him
anything
say
else.
literally that. I know what the Bible says,
Well,
and
God hates selfish more than he hates gays. He talks about selfish so much more.
yeah, I for me, I just try to obey. I don't question it anymore. I'm too old. You know,
No, I get it. Like I said, I'm a bad Catholic.
I don't think there's such thing as a good Catholic. So I wouldn't sweat it. I mean, that's between each individual and the big guy upstairs, because at least from my own personal experience, the best people I've ever met still had skeletons in their closet.
Oh
Everybody's
yeah.
got them or had them. Maybe they don't anymore and they're trying to turn over a new leaf, but nobody's perfect, and that's why we need them so much.
Oh yeah. I don't disagree. No one's
Uh,
perfect. The moment you start putting somebody on a pedestal, it gets really bad, really fucking quick.
Well, that's what he exists for, is to be
Well, I'm
on.
not talking about him. I'm just talking about in.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm sure Charlie had, weird shit about him too. We all do.
Anyways, I'm glad that you're having fun with Savage
Swords.
Garden.
Swords.
That
Savage
Uh,
Garden. I
Savage
mean, he
Garden. Where
might
the
like
hell is
Savage
that?
Garden. It was an
I'm
interesting
staying the hell
game.
away from that place because I immediately thought of the beer gardens, for some
No,
reason.
Savage Garden was a band in the late '90s, early
Never
2000s.
heard of that but
I'll
Uh,
sing
they had a
a
couple pop songs.
I'll see on the mountain, blah blah blah, something like
yeah,
that.
that's the way it's supposed to be, Squirrel. Even if it does, come to, I've always believed that every town or village or city or whatever should have a public boxing rink, where people can go and just freaking, you know, do the thing, and then go have a beer because there's a freaking place to get beer right there afterwards, and it's over, you know. But
I
no, now, in a lot of places, if two
there's a,
people decide to do that mutually, then the wrong Karen or Kevin or whatever they're called makes a phone call. They're both going to jail and their lives are ruined, even though they both mutually agreed to beat the tar and piss
There
out.
is a bar in Boston where you can get cold Sammy Adams by looking across the street, looking at another cold Sammy Adams because across the street's where he's buried.
Hmm.
I've been wanting to go there for a while. So Shadow, I don't know if you guys are aware, has quit smoking. And my dumbass told him if he could pull the trigger, which I need everybody in TV land to start, giving him cigarettes. Uh,
And
that
you good
I
luck.
would shave my beard into some kind of mustache looking thing. Well, fucking
Three
Bruce is
Musketeers. What?
Three Musketeers. Yeah. Bruce is already more or less has it. He's got the Colonel Sanders with a little bit of a stash on top. So that means I need to find a trim that works for me. And I've been looking at Porthos pictures throughout media. And there's a couple that I can deal with. One of them I just don't shave, and I think that's the one I'm going with. But I'll get cleaned up. Don't worry, I'll do something. So on the 28th, so next week,
Clock's ticking, Bo.
all I need is go get it. Well, is it just? Does anybody else here have problems with razors? Like you go get the high end safety razors, and after like the first shave, they're just dead.
You know what you're supposed to do? You're supposed to basically clean them on your. I use my arm piece of flesh and I just like use it like a strop.
Yeah,
You don't use it in the direction to cut yourself. You use it
yeah.
to move it out, and that makes it last a lot longer.
I well, I my grandpa taught me how to shave with a straight razor. And I used
So
to
it's
do
like
that.
using a strop.
Yeah,
STROP.
but once I broke my hand boxing, my left hand, which I'm dominant with, started shaking. And the idea of having a shaking hand with a
Yeah, I
straight
would.
razor to my throat just did not seem like a positive outcome.
I use the
Mhm.
cheapest like blue Bic, generic razors, uh, and that's all I've used like my entire life. And I started shaving when I was 13. Although I had an electric razor for a little while, I hate those freaking things.
Yeah, I used to use
I shave in the shower and clean the razors out every day, and no problem. I can literally shave blindfolded. So
I use
Uh,
those Mach 3s, and I probably have like a lifetime supply at this point because I can make one of those heads last about 8 months.
really,
Still, it's fairly good. I just get rid of it for the sake of getting rid of it. It just seems like I'm using it too long at that point.
I
It
found a
it's
strips
not
pretty
bad.
well.
It's not bad because I usually can make a 10 pack last like about a year,
Mhm.
depending on the brand. Sometimes, I'll get Jackie's mom's family will give me stuff for Christmas. Sometimes, every once in a while, it's razors, and those either are really good or really crap. Um,
Yeah, I'll overuse those mock ones, and when I change over, it's like I should have changed this a while ago because this is so much smoother right now.
I okay. I found a barber that I'm willing to put up with. Um, she does a really good job on my hair. Plus, she does my beard, which means it's her razors that are going to go dull as she's saving this fucking horse hide off my skin. I don't know. It's just coarse as fuck.
yeah, this word barber, what is that again?
It's a place where grown ass men go to get their hair cut or beard trimmed. It was a place where like grown men would go hang out and play checkers and talk about things of the day.
Yeah, the
Now,
haberdashery. It's like,
Yeah,
yeah,
I don't want to talk to the people around here.
I walk in there. I have a beard. She's like, get in there. I walk in. Hey, Connell, how are you doing? Good. Well, I have one more in front of you. Go grab a beer. Okay. Go to the fridge, grab yourself a beer, go sit down, have a conversation, watch a little bit of sport ball on TV, and have conversations with other men like what we used to do in person.
Gotcha.
yeah, it's like social clubs.
Yeah.
Well, I was raised by my grandparents over in Ireland, so my opinion and view on things is very different than the American status quo these days. So it gets me into some trouble.
I knew
You
there
got to
was
be a little more careful, maybe. I don't know.
Fuck it.
a historian that tried to like do a whole treatise on money and stuff and how like to figure the value of things and found how similar things are by figuring the value of a shave and a haircut, or maybe I think it was just a shave from like Roman times to now, like well to his time, which was around 1900, and using that as a consistent measure, and you could see like how valuable certain monies were.
Two
Really?
things that are required over time, regardless. Yeah.
Yeah, like gold is very much pretty stable as like the value of a man's upper end clothing. Like a nice toga in Roman times was an ounce of gold, and a nice, Hugo Boss suit is around $2,000. So it's like kind of a similar thing, which like an ounce of gold is.
Oh yeah, I
Uh,
mean,
They're valuing a man's time through its
yeah,
labor and the time it would take to do the haircut. It's really what it is. Because
yeah,
gold is usually backed by labor, and that national debt's usually
yeah.
backed by labor.
And a haircut takes a certain amount of skill to get money for it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
uh, I
a
think it's
skilled
interesting.
an hour of work for a skilled person is about an ounce of silver. So, and it's like ounce of silver is like $20, $30, depending on what's going on right now. So, silver's a little bit, I think, underpriced. I'm not sure. I haven't checked that out lately, but
I thought it was closer to 50, 60 an ounce.
it might be. What is silver spot?
I know it's like it's easier for me to buy gold than silver.
Really?
Yeah. Locally.
Hmm.
Maybe it's because, everybody bought that during, the previous weird times we've had, and they went with silver
Well,
because they
Oh,
couldn't afford gold.
it,
Uh,
it's
industry
42.
needs silver.
it's what?
Said industry needs silver,
Yeah, it does have a more of an industrial purpose than a lot, than like even gold.
even though
Yeah.
gold is still needed, right? Like cell phones
Sure.
and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But silver, I think you need a lot of silver in cars, to be exact, in vehicles. To
I,
be
I, I
honest,
just I just found out within the last year, let's say that you can use silver in your water purification regimen.
that's why they used to throw the silver coins in the old days into wishing wells, and then
Yeah.
you drink from it. It was a habit that would clean it for you
Oh
over
my
time.
God. I guess I
They
haven't
throw
been
them more wells and make wishes.
I haven't been following this stuff in a long time. Silver is 42 and gold is 3,600. I guess because I really haven't been following this from
Crazy, huh?
it's probably been over 10 years since I've been following these prices. So
Well,
yeah.
gold was just a couple of years ago was only at like 2 between 2 grand and 2,500 an ounce.
Oh yeah. I should have been
You
listening
know,
to Peter Schiff.
it's funny of all the precious metals and precious gems that we find. We have diamonds are about fucking useless outside of machinery.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Glass cutting.
Yeah,
But it's
That's
the
but
hard.
cost of it, like
That's
the really
about it.
tiny ones where you can find.
but since some advertisement fuckers like, ooh, steal her breath away with a diamond,
The ears
it
and all them.
fucking skyrocketed.
Yeah.
The diamond
Personally,
dealing.
I like emeralds. I like sapphires. I like rubies. These are things that are still slightly useful.
Nah, I'm more of a brass and lead guy.
Pearls and
You're
nature.
more of anything you can get, guy. Don't lie.
What are you talking about?
Amosexual, isn't that what they call it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
something like that. Gear
he's always
queers.
he's trying to shoot his load off on somebody.
It, into somebody. Not,
Uh huh.
So when shit hits the fan, would like ammo be like a two? Would it be a exchange or would it be too valuable to use as
I
exchange.
think ammo would turn into
Well,
currency.
yeah, I'll exchange it like once.
22 long rifle would be like the most basic unit of
I'm
that
thinking,
kind.
It was kind of scarce around these parts. That's why I ended up with more 12 gauge than 22.
Due to
I
plinking. Yeah.
get into these fun conversations every so while. I'm an archer. I go fire not fire. I go shoot my bow at least twice a week if I'm lucky.
Not a
I have
crossbow.
buckets of arrow shafts, whatnot. I got a couple of military buddies like, well, you need to get into guns. I'm like, why? He's like, well, then times are coming. I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I can still make an arrow. I'm almost positive I can't make a bullet. Can you? Well, no.
Yes.
Well,
Well, if you
the bow's quiet and there'll be lots of people around. So if you need a gun, you can easily get one or claim one.
yeah.
Yeah,
Plus,
there's so many bullets. Right
you can
now.
only fire a bullet once. Depending on the shot, I can fire my arrow up to 3 times.
It
Mm-hmm.
depends on what it hits. Sure, sure.
Plus, if the tip breaks, all I need is a glass bottle, some duct tape, and some dogwood or bamboo. You know,
I-
making arrows is not
Yeah, but
fucking
if
evolving a
you're going to need about the same kind of tools, more or less, to make that arrow straight.
no, I think
no,
you can heat it over a fire.
yeah,
It straightens it out.
you can warp the wood with fire.
But
Vikings did
that's
it.
assuming there's any wood left. In the end times, you know, what is it? A
Oh,
third of
oh,
the plants are going to be gone.
I think if it's in time, so you're
There's
expecting
going to
Mad
be wood.
Max.
Live in a forest, bro.
Yeah,
You just hope it's not part of that one third that goes up in smoke. You
wow,
know, along with a third of
Good
the
thing I live
animals
near
and a third
lakes.
of the
right.
people, all those other crazy shit, stormy things in Revelations. Yeah, I'm pretty
One
sure
half,
there's still going to be bullets.
one half of my family's from Ireland. One half of my family's from Appalachian Mountains. If I can't make it to Ireland, I'm going to Appalachian Mountains.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's also assuming that the United
Good
States
place
is
to be.
still a thing. You know,
Well,
I'm only at 1,000, about 1,000 feet sea level
yeah,
where
I'm
I'm
a
at.
bit higher, so I might be able to survive the next flood.
I'm
It's
at
just the
40.
earthquake living on the San Andreas. I was talking to Bobby about that today. We live right on the freaking San Andreas fault line. Um, yeah, kind of dumb.
I live on the Peaceful Shield, this gigantic, huge chunk of like bedrock that doesn't do a whole lot of anything. That's like the foundation of ancient mountains. They were like taller than the Himalayas, apparently.
Yeah, some of the oldest rocks up there. We're at a spot in Colorado. We're in Denver area, so
okay,
we looked up. When like about like just before the elections, when like people were starting to think that it was going to be a nuclear war because
Yeah.
Biden was retarded, and so
True.
I looked up potential targets around me.
410's good.
It was awful. It was just like everything around me was a target. Everything to the east was going to be, since everything, all the wind pushes everything east, was no go because it would just be like destroyed. And just a few places, you'd have to go to the mountains, but like,
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna jam Highway 70 or 285 with all the cars around. Oh, she's gonna eat the garbage. Are you gonna eat the garbage?
it's not so much human effects that scares me or biblical issues that scare me. It is we are overdue for Yellowstone to have a little bit of a hiccup. A
Mm.
perfect one say. And I've looked at that blast radius multiple times. I need to go roughly about 200 miles due east just not to fall in.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
I'm frightened of that one. That one scares me.
That one gives me a little bit more concern than well, all the other aspects.
Squirrel. That's why I'm looking for a tourist judge or a governor. Can't have those here, so I gotta, you know, wait until I get somewhere else because it fires a 45 or 410, and it's a revolver. It's crazy looking.
Um, yeah,
A
I know.
fan of old trappers. I was thinking about getting my trapper's license. Come up in
I
chat.
in theory, I know how to trap. I've yet to do it, but I know the general principle behind it. I was living down in Nashville for a while, and I had a couple interesting cousins I was staying with that showed me some.
Yeah, but I mean,
There's so
but
many
how do you?
rules.
I mean, you shouldn't have to trap chickens, cows, or pigs, and those are the only three animals
They're
I'm really
domesticated.
fond of. I know.
I
I'm not real
know.
fond
I'm
of
sorry. There's
squirrel
rabbit.
to
There's
eat,
deer.
uh,
There is.
or pigeon,
Cow.
or gopher, or
If you get
groundhog.
horny enough, there's black bear or
No.
brown bear. There's other food out there.
There's a lot of rabbits here.
A lot of
Yeah,
turkey on my
I'm,
property.
I'm,
And wild turkeys.
I actually never knew that. I thought turkey was a flightless bird, and for the most part, it is.
Oh, they'll take running off and go gliding.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I
Sleeping
saw,
trees.
I saw one on top of a telephone pole. Like, holy
Yeah.
shit!
Yeah,
I'm where
crazy.
am I?
wow.
I'm in Lebanon. I'm in
I,
Lebanon,
I was
Tennessee.
driving near my place and like not too far away, and they went running off this like rock escarpment that was to like the right of the road because it's all just a big chunk of the shield that got cut out for the road. And they jumped, and on the other side it drops right off and it dips. So they went like cruising into these treetops like they were friggin' like angels on top of like the coniferous trees they're landing on top of and jumping off again and getting onto the deciduous branches. They're like, it's like holy frig, I had to stop kind of thing because they're like going. I didn't want to get hit, right? Didn't want
Yeah.
the car smashed
Yeah.
up a turkey.
When I lived in Fisher, Illinois, we had this wild turkey they named Charlie. Charlie was the biggest cock on the walk. He chased off dogs, he chased off cats, he chased you off. Now, what
Yeah,
Charlie
that's
liked
those
to
claws, man.
yeah, what
Brutal.
Charlie liked to do was stand in the middle of the road to play chicken. And most people would stop and swerve around him, and he'd squawk and do his thing. Well, one day Charlie ran into something that doesn't play chicken. It was called a semi. No more Charlie.
Mhm.
All I heard was all I didn't see it, but how it was described to me, it was just a poof and feathers and done.
That reminds me, my youngest, she did like a
Mm.
4-H. They were doing like bow and arrow or something, and they had like a turkey like a fake turkey to shoot, and they were calling him like what was he? They're calling him Fast Joe because they kept missing, and I guess Fast Joe was ducking him, but it was just standing there. They were just because they were just too young to shoot straight.
It's like a
I will,
Tom or a Drake. Those are the names for the males. Drake
yeah,
is the
Tom's.
young one. The Tom's like usually if it's a real big Tom, it's the old Tom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, what was
Not
amusing
big
me
Mac
is
Tom.
I did a little bit of hunting when I was younger. I'd like to get back into hunting, but my knee is shot and my fat ass is not climbing up a fucking tree.
I have a
Anyways,
hunting stand up at the tree, probably about 50 feet from where I am, but I haven't been up in it for a while.
I was watching this video on the hunting network on for some strange reason I was living in an area where we get the hunting network for free. I'm like, okay. I was watching some Ted Nugent and him giving his ethical moral lessons on hunting, which I completely agree. I think he's batshit fucking crazy. But when it comes to hunting, I don't question it. Or his music. It's just a few other things I question. Anyways, and he's talking about, if you're a hunter, if you're a bow hunter, you still need to have a sidearm on you because you shoot something and it's not dead. The best thing you can do is just put a round between its uh, here and ease the pain. I completely agree. Now, show ends, and this guy's hunting turkeys, and he's just got a fucking line of them. And I've been told multiple times, well, turkeys are not dumb; they're hard to hell to shoot. Oh, okay, okay. Well, he shoots the guy in front, the Tom in front, falls over. The three turkeys behind him start pecking at the dead one. Then he shoots another one. And at this point, I'm thinking the birds are going to, scatter. No, He pops the last two and has 4 fucking turkeys by the end of the day. I'm like, how fucking smart can they be?
They got some weird instincts. They're like chickens that way. When they see blood on one of their own, they'll peck at it.
Yeah.
Chickens will do that, and they'll peck each other to death.
I gotta run off because the dog I think wants me to take her potty, and I think it's getting a little late. But thanks for the game, guys, and good night.
Yeah,
Thank you, George.
it's
Nice
always a
meeting you, sir.
pleasure. It was a good
Yeah.
game. I too got to get going, guys. I'm starting to fade, and we've been here almost 5 hours. Connell, good seeing you again. I will see everybody else either tomorrow, Monday, what have you. I'll have more Conan stuff for everybody, and some other stuff, but it is Sumerian September, so I'm gonna do my best to honor Robert E. Howard's memory.
What's best in
Everybody,
life?
everybody have a great weekend. God
Cheers.
bless. I'll see you guys real soon.